So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It is, of course, now October. Quite incredibly, it's Qualifier 1 in October. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be bringing you all of the race action along with Emma Martin. We have got some fantastic racing coming up for you. I'm going to give you a heads up now. We will mention the MyWhoosh UCI semi-finals lots. Just be warned. So if you've been on Mars and you don't know what happened in that, you're going to find out today, whether you like it or not.
The women are going to Japan, to Kyoto. 44 kilometres of racing, 370 metres of climbing. There are 3 sprint checkpoints along the way, along with 2 climbing checkpoints. But take a note, they are very short, the climbing segments that make up those checkpoint areas. It is not the whole climb, just 780 metres of it. This is going to be interesting. For any of you who recognise the course, yes, it was stage 1 on the MyWhoosh Championships back in August. The Sunday Race Club, it's the first time we've been here on the Sunday Race Club, but I can tell you, Kate McCarthy took the win in Category 1. 66 minutes, 59 seconds is the course record, but 3 seconds separated the top 16 riders that day. Will they race this course the same way on the Sunday Race Club that they did on the first day of the MyWhoosh Championships?
We will have to find out. I think that's a very good point, because it is a very different race when you're racing on one day. And of course, we're coming on the back of what has been a pretty busy couple of days for everybody involved in the semi-finals of the MyWhoosh Championships and in the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, the team behind the scenes, of course, as well as all of the riders, all of their helpers, the coaches and everybody else. If you are joining us, don't forget, if you are live on YouTube, you can get in touch via the live chat. We do monitor that as much as we can on the way through, as well as the 6 race categories, and of course all the racing and all the race results and all the checkpoints and all the spreads, the climbs and the finish as well, and of course our riders. So forgive us if we don't always mention whatever you post on there, but do get in touch with us, and don't forget to subscribe to MyWhoosh on that YouTube channel. 6 categories as standard, as usual, on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. All of our riders verified from top to bottom. And don't forget, of course, all these riders riding for 2 things. One is to get a qualifying ride in. 2 qualifying rides needed to be part of a team in our finals in the last Sunday of the month. But also, they're riding, of course, for that fantastic prizes. You can find that on mywhoosh.com, and those prizes are for the top 10 individuals, the segment winners of the checkpoints and the climbs, and the overall winners of the checkpoints and climbs. We're getting ready to go. We're in with Category 6, a fantastic race field here in Category 6 with riders from all over the globe in here. We have a number of riders already representing teams, even though we are on the very first qualifier. And great to see such a wide spread of representation.
Yeah, it is really, really good. Manon Holtman is here, and the number of riders progressing up this week. So from 6 to 5, should I say? But here on the start sheet, Susanna Lopez, who took 3rd last week, Daniela Londano, she took 4th in the final, and Angela Quapp took 5th. Those 3 riders are here. Fanucci Consarasu is here as well, and she went really well on this course back in August. Let's see how today plays out.
So here we go, the first riders away on the first Sunday Race Club of October. We're in Japan, we're in Kyoto, 44 kilometers of distance, 370 meters of climbing, 2 climb segments, 3 sprint segments, 1 finish line, and a whole host of riders out and away. Category 6, our standard race category, and already these riders are well and truly putting the pressure on. One rider just having to make the way back up into the group.
Yes, and it's a pan-flat start coming out of the pen for around the first, 2 kilometres. Then they drop down a small descent before they hit the Samurai Sprint checkpoint, which is the first checkpoint on the course today. That comes at the 5.1 kilometre marker. So we'll have Category 5 underway before Category 6 hit that section. But it may today mean we don't see a pull on the start as we do when there's a checkpoint at around the 2 kilometre marker.
The checkpoints are a real incentive, because you've got not only the the prize for taking the fastest time to that checkpoint. In each of our race categories, but of course, because everybody loves to win a sprint, it's one of those things. When you see your name on the results, you see
Yep.
yourself up there. You know that you've done
And
that.
it's some people's
It's,
target for the race.
yeah, it's a great achievement, and we see some riders who maybe just are accelerating because they don't want to get dropped by the group. Actually, really score highly in the
Yeah,
results.
and it does make the start of the race very different because today at the 5.1 kilometre marker, the riders have come out of the pen in a much steadier state than they would if we'd have had a checkpoint at the 2 kilometre marker. There isn't that big drive, that big push to potentially cause a split in the group really, really early out the start pen. These riders coming out much happier to settle before, well, that 5.1 kilometre marker, which is checkpoint number 1.
And great to see Manon Holtman in here from the Netherlands. Great to see her in action. We do often get a look into our riders' pain case. We've seen Manon Holtman recently, and great to see the riders in action. And Manon doing a great job riding. And I think a rider who's going to be really enthused to race today.
Yes, I think we're going to have riders who really want to get back on the Sunday Race Club and get back in their category. It's a little bit of home comfort. You're back in your own category. You know the riders you're racing against. When you were in that semi-final, you were against everybody in the world, 150 riders. It's a very, very different place to be than on the Sunday Race Club in your own category where you're racing with matched riders.
And indeed, we are in with Manon Holtman at the moment. So good morning to Manon, who is already spinning nicely here on the way in through this with this group here. You can see the big screen there, Manon watching the racing, and you can get a real indication of what the riders are seeing. So if you're new to cycling esports, if you're just joining us for the first time, all of our riders are matched by their power that they're putting out through their smart turbo that measures it by the second power that checks the accuracy of the first, that gives us that comparison. All our riders with a heart rate monitor as well to tell us how hard the heart is beating at the moment. Manon Holtman's beating 161 beats per minute, a real data-rich environment, both for us and for the riders. And with that view into the riders' world, it really does give us a great indicator of just what these riders are putting in to their racing. In with Musa Al-Mansouri, another regular rider on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club and on MyWhoosh. Very much a fearsome competitor, and great to see her in action. This course, I'm not sure this is Musa Al-Mansouri's course per se, but it's not a course I think she'll do badly on. But it's maybe something with a few bigger climbs might be more to her favour. We'll see, though, how she gets on today, because it is qualifying number 1, at the start of a whole brand new month for all of our riders, including our riders in Category 5.
Yes, Category 5 on the start pen, and we were in with Hannah Hermansen, who took the win on this stage when she was in Category 6 back in August. The MyWhoosh Championships earned her an upgrade to Category 5, and that's where she is at the moment.
The MyWhoosh Championships, the $1 million stage race, the prize fund split equally between the women and men, as it is in the Sunday Race Club as well, with the same prize structure applying to both events. And don't forget, of course, that you can watch back the MyWhoosh Championships, those 7 stages across 8 days. The only interruption, of course, for the Sunday Race Club, where we saw a number of our riders, gluttons for punishment, racing on the Sunday Race Club as well. Time for Category 5 to show us just how much that championship built up their leg speed, their endurance, their stamina, as well as, of course, their racecraft and tactics, which are different as you ride across the different worlds in MyWhoosh. Lots of different worlds, lots of different environments to race in with different dynamics. And as you can see, even in Japan, a very different world for Category 6 at the moment from Category 5. As Category 6 at the moment, they're at 3.3 kilometers and just making their way in towards our first checkpoint. It's a little way out at the moment, but it's not that far. I think we can see the archway top right-hand side
can.
of your screen. So not all that distance at the moment. So just keeping an eye on both Category 6 and Category 5. One of the great advantages that's brought to you by the amazing team behind the scenes at MyWhoosh and the broadcast team. They're doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, and just while we are heading towards that checkpoint, Category 5, as I said, we're in with Hannah Manson, who won the Category 6 race when it was on this course. Other riders, Albin, Fu and Marshall, who won the Category 5 race, have all progressed to Category 4. However, actually, I slapped my own wrist. Gabriella Marshall is still in Category 5. She took third place that day. She should go well today. Likewise, Shiki Fu. Ting Liu took second place last week in the monthly final. Maria Wilhelm took fourth. Claudia Gentili took fifth. They are all here. Randa Kahul is on your screen at the moment. And Randa, I think you win the best pain cave today. Look at that.
By a mile. I'll ride it from Algeria.
I don't know whether those are real lights or not, but that is cracking.
It is fantastic to see Randa in here in the pain cave, and very much a experienced rider now. And raced in those MyWhoosh semi-finals, the championships for the UCI that are powered by MyWhoosh, and Radical, one of our riders, really experiencing that full semi-finals experience, and a great experience. And I think today we'll see how Randa rides within the race here within the Sunday Race Club. It is a different format, points racing on the UCI championships. It is a almost a traditional type of esports cycling race, if there is such a thing in such a new discipline, in terms of the racing checkpoints, which are first across the checkpoint and finishing line, as we see Ting Liu in action here. A very clean environment there, and definitely one where I think there's a lot of focus on the screen and the rider.
Yes, but also really fabulous to see her here. She took second place in the final last week and put in a phenomenal ride. One of the riders newer to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, and it is great to have her on board.
It certainly is. The more riders that we see, the better. And in fact, we're going to see more race action because we're in with Category 6. We're on the run in towards this sprint checkpoint. You can see that we circled around until we reached this 5.1 kilometre marker. And it's Jessica Hamilton who has a fearsome sprint, who unleashes going in and through that checkpoint, eases off the pedals as she eases back. You can see those watts dropping down, just rolling the legs around now, takes away the maximum score. Each of our checkpoints today, whether that's a climb or a sprint, it is 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Well, Jessica Hamilton, Daniela Londano, all in the mix there.
So Hamilton in 1, Londano in 2, Holtman in 3, Limbaga in 4, and Al-Mansouri in 5.
Yeah, Scriven in 6 and Sarasu in 7. Birdie and Driscoll on the sheets as well, which is fabulous to see. Welcome back to the Sunday Race Club, Birdie and Driscoll. She took a month off.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Bit of a break, bit of a rest. Come back. Good to have you back. Yeah, definitely. Now, let's move up. We've gone from Category 6 to 5, going from Category 5 to Category 4. A real mix of riders. And my question of the day for our teams, because we have the pedal artist, we have Alexandra Knowles, our
love it,
our absolutely class artist, who we see into her paint cave. We see some of those amazing artworks, some of the oil paintings as well in there that she's been doing. Lisa Weinhardt. Lisa, are you an artist as well? Because you're on the same squad on the pedal artist.
Get in touch with at Full Speed Events on social media, because at Matt Fix a Pain is not working at the moment.
It's back.
Is it back?
Just.
Oh, well, there we go. You can contact at Matt Fix a Pain as Category 5, Category 4. Do you know, I need to sort my numbers out today. I do apologise, everybody. 6s are 5s, 5s are 6s, 4s are 5s.
You sound like me on a good day at maths.
I might be a little bit tired.
I'll lend you my maths brain training I've been doing to try and improve my maths skills. Okay, so we are with category 4. That is the one that comes after 6, after 5. It's 4. The
And
next
they
one
wear
will be
red.
3. Yes,
It's
and they
not
wear
like
red.
I haven't watched them enough.
Yes, how many thousands of hours?
Oh, I know, a lot, and I enjoy every single minute of it.
Definitely.
In here we have Catherine Montoya today, who took the win on this course previously. She's just ahead of Seba Al Ray. She's on our screen. Al Ray wearing yellow today.
Oh,
is that a statement, Seba?
Oh, maybe it is Seba Al Ray wearing that. I'm sure that is a Wolfies kit. I'm
It's
very
fabulous
jealous.
Kit. I like that. It's really good.
I tried to get a Wolfies kit when I was in Abu Dhabi when we were there for the finals in 2024, and I couldn't get any.
I love the checker plate on the sleeve.
It looks
really
brilliant.
good.
It is one of my favourite kits, and one day I am actually going to get myself some kit. But maybe when I'm in there. So looks fantastic stuff, Wolfies, and great to see Seba Al Ray in here. A rider who I don't listen to this bit, Seba. I have marked for at least top 3, if not victory.
Well, sometimes I think it really depends on what the riders are doing that we don't see. We don't know what they're doing. We don't know whether they're racing. We don't know what they're doing, outside of the Sunday Race Club, and whether this is a full bore commitment today, or whether this is a training race. And so many of the riders can use it for that. Now, Rebecca Johnson, she's the rider highlighted at the moment in category 4. She climbs really strongly. There she is. On her bike in her pain cave, and she's a really, really strong climber. She could go well today. Well, the one things I do follow Rebecca Johnson on social media, like I do a lot of our riders and racers. I do enjoy watching her 3-day eventing on her horses and show jumping, and it really is great to see into the other lives of our riders and racers. She's a veterinarian.
Is she? So when I've been at some of the horse trials, like the Bramham Horse Trials, which is a 3-day eventing horse trials, she may have been there, and we've inadvertently been at the same place at the same time.
I've no idea whether she does it competitive. Well, I assume she does do it competitively because I've seen her with rosettes.
Well, there you go. Indeed, a winner on all forms of things with the saddle.
Yes.
I wonder whether she's good on a motorbike.
There you go. I don't know. No idea. Rebecca, do get in touch if you ride a motorbike. Palmer Mongeli on our screen at the moment. I love Palmer. She's like one of the happiest people when we ever drop into her pain cave. It is fabulous to see someone who really, really enjoys her riding and racing. And Palmer Mongeli, part and parcel of the Packers. They sweep around the corner on the flatlands. That is the start today.
Right, diving across back to category 5, because guess who's coming in to the sprints? It is category 5 at the moment. It's Arias leading out Fu from Warren. Warren at the moment is placed in 3rd place, one of our regular sprint winners, and it looks like Arias claiming a victory there. So, Angie Christina Arias from Shiki Fu, from Joanna Warren. In 3rd place, Jacqueline Almeida in 4th, and Helia Santos in 5th. The Portuguese rider riding out the top 5 and our point scorers in category 5. Most of that group all together on the way in.
24 riders together going through that sprint. You can see it's a little bit stretched at the moment off the back, but they should all come back together again before they hit the Kyoto climb for the first time. The Kyoto climb, really interesting for me because it's a multi-stepped climb, 3 clear steps with big transitions between, which should mean we see packs stay together.
We will have to see if Emma's prediction is correct, and it's better than her maths this morning.
Just numbers, not maths.
Well, it's just counting, really, isn't it? So it's basic
number
skill.
recognition.
Yes, that too. You sure you got your contact lenses in?
Yeah.
So let's dive in with our last category to go on these 5-minute gaps for the moment between our riders. That is category number 3. We have the team of the Quad Collective. Now, I've got a question for the Quad Collective as well today. If you're in the Quad Collective, please let me know at Matt Fixpain on Instagram, or at Full Speed Events, or you can let Emma know at biking_Emma, or of course MyWhoosh, at MyWhoosh. Quad Collective, is that because there are 4 of you, or is it because you all have an ambition for having the best quads and sprinting legs in the business? Let me know whether it's about musculature, or whether it's about the number of riders, or what it's about, because it's a great name. I like Quad Collective.
Maybe they all ride quad bikes.
Maybe you all ride quad bikes. Hadn't thought of that. That's another reason. Maybe they all have a favourite number 4.
You never know.
Let me know
Their
if you're on
birthdays
Quad
could
Collective.
all be the 4th.
So Lee Sophie Ramet or Stephanie Briggs, let me know. Riders from Germany and Canada in the Quad Collective.
Yes. And the Category 3 riders now out of the pen. We're in with Julia Montgomery from Sweden at the moment. Lytton is there, Kindberger is there, Vrobel, Horner, Manfred, Hadlock, all in the mix now. We've had a number of riders. Carmen Yao has come up into this category. In fact, there is Julia Montgomery on our screen at the moment, the rider we are in with. It's her stats that are on the screen as well as her video. You can see her just turning those legs there. Great to see Julia on our screens. One of the riders who really is, I want to say ever present, but I'm sure she does take a break sometimes.
Why would you take a break? Julia Montgomery, one of our great riders in Category 3, and a rider, I think, a real great all-round rider. And I always get the impression that Julia Montgomery could probably keep on doing this. She doesn't... She's so good at going into the red and then coming out recovering, going into the red, coming out recovery. You almost feel like, okay, we've got 44K today, but we could have 144K and she'd still be the same after 144, 244K, able to go in the red and come out the other side.
Yeah, her powers of recovery are really strong. So are Angel Hadlock's, actually. It's really good to see Hadlock in the mix here and on the bike, back in Category 3, which is a great place for her. Now, Category 3, Carmen Yao and Veronica Ciciolka have come up from Category 4 to add a little bit of, extra dynamic to Category 3. Julia Montgomery and Julia Walkenhurst took 4th and 5th last week in the final. The top 3 riders from Category 3 have progressed to Category 2, Heather Shanks and Kate McLeod. But I tell you something, Category 4, it's a light already.
It is, and this is a long run for that sprint banner because we've seen an attack now by Camila Salgado. We can see her on our screens in person. Love the surprise long-range move here. 5.1 is the distance she's got to get to, but going on that little riser on the way in towards this sprint has not been a bad move at all. And Salgado's kick, that attack, that acceleration, well, I don't think she's got them napping so much, just fast asleep.
Well, she's got to hold it because there's still some way to go. Geneva Elos drops off the pace behind Carl Wazuska, Schultz and Hooker. But Salgado, take a look at that move. Nicely done, Camila Salgado. Long range run for the checkpoint. Ching! Put it in the bag.
Go for the surprise, go for the shock. You can see the smile on Camila Salgado's face there, and quite rightly so. That is the way to catch the bunch snapping. Great sprinters in there behind, coming through behind Machado, Pamplona, Elos, Brujna going in through there. Sort of Gracia up in the a real mix of riders battling out. I think for me, that shows you, I mean, you know, Kawasaki in 4th place, Elos in 5th. De Grazia 7th, Idzik, who won I'm sure, did Natalia Idzik not win the sprint competition in the MyWhoosh Championship?
Category 5.
Yes.
She progressed.
Yeah, moved to Category 4, but it just shows she's got the sprint acceleration. Not able to, none of them, all of them together couldn't bring back Salgado. Brilliant move.
It was really brilliant. And now we drop back in with Category 3. They're just about to come into the descent. You can see that on the top right-hand corner of your screen. We're in with Angel Hadlock. She's riding at around Zone 3 at the moment. And again, that top right-hand corner gives you that information. Just dropping up and down between Zone 2 and Zone 3. So fairly steady state riding at the moment.
And if people are not au fait with what Zone 1 and Zone 6 are, Emma?
Think Zone 1, recovery. Nice and easy. Think Zone 2, going out for a ride and being able to have a conversation. Zone 3, still being able to talk, but it's a little bit harder. And the pauses are longer between your sentences.
Because you're trying to breathe.
You are. Zone 4, a real strong tempo pace. You think about sort of time trialing, those types of things. Steady state pace is not going into the red and burning the matches, but holding a really strong pace.
So still an aerobic rather than anaerobic.
Zone 5, now things start to get spicy and seriously hard. Zone 6, all out, eyeballs on sticks.
Okay.
That was, non-technical language
That's
utilised.
excellent. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And we'll explain aerobic and anaerobic a little bit later as well, in case those are new to you. Great to see two of our riders, Seb Albright and Randa Cool, in here on the bike at the moment, separated on the road. Randa in category 5, Seba in category 4. You can see at the moment between the two riders about 2 kilometres or so at the moment. Randa Cool on the climb of the Kyoto climb for the first time. You can see the damage is being done to category 5, and it's all spread out on the way into the climbs at the moment. And they're still at 6.7k, so it's just coming in towards the base of the climb, the start of the ascending today. It is category 4 on the left hand side of your screen, and this is going to be all for me now about making sure that you use your energy wisely. I see that Randacol just getting onto the wheels here, Bridget Bremner and Ata Damianka. That is a really good move because having riders around you, it really can inspire you to move on. A little bit further up the course, one rider who's moved on, Daniela Lodano, absolutely motoring because she has just gone flying through the climb checkpoint.
Yeah, she has indeed. And the Kyoto climb for the first time, Daniela Londano picks up those polka dot at the top. She goes underneath that banner, and she goes through ahead of Katja Jaskalainen and Manon Holtman. You said Manon Holtman would do well today. Jacqueline Kirchner and Fanucci Korn Saracen,
who you said would do well today. I think we watched a lot of bike racing.
Well, but those riders all in that leading group.
And this is one of my favourite parts of the race circuit and the ride around Japan. As you make your way around, you come down past the grandstands, as you can see the motor racing circuit that's not in use on the left-hand side. Wouldn't do for our riders to get some draft from those, and running a little bit quick as they make their down past, I think it's the Suzuka circuit in Japan for Formula One. I'm sure a Formula One fan will correct me for my for a mistake if I've made one on that, but I'm sure it's Suzuka for Formula One.
Don't look at me, I don't do Formula One.
I'd love Formula One.
My son, addicted to it. Me,
No, I quite like it. Now, let's take a little bit of a look across because category 3, our last set of riders who've left the pen so far, coming into our sprint section. And Brittany Litton has also gone for quite a long run for the line, but this time has taken Vochikova with her. We've seen Horner coming up now and really accelerating on here. I think Horner's going to go over the top. She does. So Litton, long range attack by Brittany Litton here. As we see Horner go over the top, Vochikova and Litton in that top 3 in the sprint. So the sprint taking away 5 points. Sabrina Horner taking 4 points. Veronica Vochikova taking 3. Brittany Litton taking 2. Angelica Roble and taking 1. Gemma Daniels. Emma's looking at my screen. I'm looking at Emma's screen and going, I'm sure that says the same thing.
It does say the same thing. You just got Litton and Vrobel around the wrong way.
Did I?
Yeah, we're having a Sunday.
It's one of those Sunday mornings for us here in the Full Speed Event Studios where clearly the coffee, somebody's switched the
they've switched it out for decaf.
I think so. It feels like it sometimes. Horner, Vochikova, Litton, Roble and Daniels in 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which means that they've got 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 point.
It does.
If we haven't confused you enough to forget the fact that I might have said them the wrong way around, which I still don't believe I did, and I am going to listen to them back. There you go. Right. There you go. That is a Carlton Kirby. There you go.
Well, there you go. Down on the start line, category 2, with 1 minute to go. 32 riders on the start sheets in category 2 today, and there are some crackers in the mix.
There are indeed. We've got a big range of teams, and in line with me having a morning of asking questions, dear Velocity Vikings, please could you tell me, aka Jennifer Gottlander, is it a prerequisite to be of Viking descent? And have you ever been in a longship?
Oh, just because you probably have. You built one, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so I do have a vested interest. I actually have got a slight knowledge and definitely an interest in all things Viking.
Yes, but then I understand the event you were working on. You lit it.
We did burn it down to the floor with flaming arrows shot
Just
at it. It was a pyre for a Viking king
Yeah, I
who
know,
died
but
in battle.
well,
Anyway,
anyway.
let's see what our riders do in battle today. Who is going to be our awesome Valkyrie in battle, and who will be the slain and fallen at the side of the course, being collected up and placed on the pyre with their chances burned to a crisp, ready to do battle next time in the next edition.
Well, I think Gothlander will be looking for this today, but one rider who really will is Dorothy Gonzalez Rua. She took the win last week. Let's just remember that was the finals for September, and they were in Belgium. Gonzalez Rua does love the Belgium course, but I tell you something, she also loves this course. It's very, very similar to Belgium: short, sharp climbs and spicy sprints. And she timed her sprint to perfection on the MyWhoosh Championships on stage 1. And she currently holds the course record for Category 2 on this course.
So, great riding to take that course record. So, fantastic riding to get that. And we're in with Kirsty Hebersmith now on our screen. So, good morning to Kirsty in the UK, or certainly riding for Great Britain. Another rider who we saw racing and riding in the UCI Cycling Esports World Championship semi-finals. I'm only going to say it the official title a number of times today. I'm going to say I'm going to abbreviate it a number of times on the way through. Kirsty putting in a great ride there and representing her nation, and it was great to see all of the Great Britain riders who were representing the nation being sent Great Britain jerseys as well.
Yes, and wearing them resplendently.
Well, yeah, I'm very proudly so. It's a lot of riders feel it is a real honour to represent their nation, and if they do, then they wear that jersey with pride.
Well, that was one of the wonderful things, wasn't it? Not only were all the avatars in their national jerseys, the riders were as well, and it was great to go into the pain caves of the riders and just see how proud they were. Now, one of the riders who we did see, Heather Shanks, her jersey turned up a day late.
Oh no, that's always dangerous. Heather Shanks, is Heather not in Scotland?
She is.
And there are regions of Scotland
where the post is very slow.
That is because even when they have a map of Great Britain, the UK,
there she is. She's wearing it today.
Heather, congratulations. You need to let us know, Heather, whether you are in a region which is one of those regions that when there is a dispatch going, they actually say, you can have it within one day unless you live within these regions. And basically, half of Scotland is so far north that you can't get it the same day. They had another 2 or 3 days on.
I think that was the issue.
Yeah,
but can I just also say,
it's true because it is so big.
One of the wonderful things to see in Heather's social media from the semi-finals was the support of her local cycling club. You know, the Argyle cycling crew. I mean, they were
even got the
they were all around her in the room supporting her, and that is exactly for me what it is all about. Cycle teams supporting their riders and racers at all levels.
Fantastic. And great to see. We're going to have to dive away from Heather Shanks and into the races coming up towards the top of the climb, because this is the top of the Kyoto climb for the first time for Category 4. And at the moment, Camilla Pamplona has well and truly exploded out of the bunch, with Elos on her wheels, Machado, De Grazia and Kawazuska all coming charging afterwards as they go up that climb. Great to see Pamplona taking the 5 points, 4 points for Ellis, Machado taking the 3. Then it's going to be 2 points for Kawazuska and 1 point for De Grazia. So Karen and Michelle Machado de Pavia, the rider on your screen. Congratulations. I don't know it in Spanish.
Well, you'll have to look it up for next week. So she continues to climb, and just one small bump on the road until, well, they get there. But this is Category 1. They are down in the pen, and they are the last category to leave the pen today.
Indeed, last category in our women's race, leaving the pens before we go on to our men's race, which always comes after the women's race as well. The teams here today, we have, as you can see, plenty of teams taking to the race start. A large proportion of the riders always representing their team in Category 1, as you would see with all of our elite riders. A huge number of those teams in there. I'd like to know from the Endorphins, Endorphins, which I think is a fantastic pun. Just who came up with the name? Let me know. No other questions, nothing else needed. Who came up with the name? Because it's a brilliant play on words, endorphins. Let's see whether the endorphins are well and truly finning their way at speed through the murky waters that make up the Japan course, with all of the climbs almost like barrier reefs separating them from the start to the finish line.
The endorphins have been released.
That's not going to be a matter of choice, I wouldn't imagine, given this course and the amount of action we're going to see. So, huge range of riders in Category 1, from riders who took part in the UCI semi-finals that we saw on Friday, but a number of riders who didn't, a number of riders who have qualified as well. I'm going to put this out there now. Massive congratulations to Kate McCarthy on taking away a fantastic victory, riding very, very strongly indeed. And the rainbow jersey is up on the back wall once again. I noticed that Kate had taken the rainbow jersey off the wall when we saw her in the UCI semi-finals, because she was defending that jersey, getting ready to take it again. I thought it was a really nice touch, but we should know by now that the back wall behind Kate McCarthy when she's racing is always a place of interest, and there are subtle hints in there and some fun things as well often.
Well, I sometimes wonder how much Kate McCarthy has control over the wall behind her, and how much it is other people.
Well, indeed. We will. I don't want to know, really. I think that's
well,
something.
only because obviously during the MyWhoosh Championships, her uncle, her partner, her whatever, they were having a free for all.
Or two.
Her dogs, they were having a free for all on the back wall behind her.
I do think it has to be said. It's one of those things. Is that when you're. It's great having the support, but you've got to be able to switch yourself and dial yourself into the race. And it's getting that balance right between the two. And clearly, Kate McCarthy and backup team and support crew and various
family members,
animals in the menagerie, they all work to produce a result. And if they are hindering, can you imagine how good she would be if she didn't have them? Because it really, for me, it showed she's very much at home with the change in format to the semi-finals. Now, let's go across to Category 2, because we're in with Heather Shanks, Jennifer Gothlander, Ruthie Reese, and Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua. Gonzalez-Rua at the moment, not right at the front of this race as we come in, and not going to be, I think, just taking away the points, just doing a double check. Yes, Farnstrom has gone, I think, hard here, and that surprised me. That early kick really has started to work. Gothlander goes through in the main bunch there, but I think that's indicative of this course, that because the sprints are separated by climbs each and every time, I think a lot of the riders saving energy for the run in towards the finish, the final sprint, and the run to the finish, where you've got to be in that group. So you don't want to expend too much energy, because if you're separated, you're not going to. You're going to lose a lot of time.
We've also got a 44-kilometre race today, not a 35 or 37-kilometre race, so it is slightly longer. But Anna Svanström did indeed pick up those points in Category 2. Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua picking up 4 points. Emily Nyquist, she's always got a great turn of speed, picking up 3 points. Sophie Ramett picking up 2, and Kirsty Heber-Smith picking up 1. Gothlander and Marb just out of the points.
And very interesting, time-wise, almost identical
to Category 3.
So Category 2 having a relatively easier run-in. By that we mean that Category 2 are capable. They've proven that they're capable of going faster than Category 3. And therefore, if they're not, they're generally taking it easier, or they're a race is unfolding that doesn't produce an overall fast time. It could be sprint, attack, rest, sprint, attack, rest. It is actually slower than having a consistent pace generally.
Well, we're in with Elise Gallegos in Category 1, and talk about taking it steady. Elise's heart rate, 123 at the moment, 122, 121, 100. It's just a bit like, oh, let's have it nice and easy for the start today. And then, pop, somebody goes off the front.
Indeed, it's Tidholm who's gone clear on the front of this. Johnny Tidholm, part of the Swedish squad, who were very, very strong in those UCI semi-finals as they went out alongside. It's Alice Lethbridge there with Mayer on the front of the group, just controlling, coming back towards them. Gallegos in behind. Whilst we've got Mayer and Gallegos on our screens, I have to say, well done to the United States of America. They've put a huge number of riders into the finals, an absolutely massive achievement. And it does mean if team tactics start to play out in those finals, it could well change the results.
Well, I think off the top of my head, and I haven't double checked, that the women's USA squad will be the same size as the women's Swedish squad. So pretty much half the race field in the final is going to be made up of those two countries.
Yeah, which is just an incredible result. Top 20 riders going in through in the race. And I think for me, it just says to you just how good. Just how good the racing was and how much that battle unfolded and played out in front of us. So the USA have, I think it is 5 riders. Indeed, it is 5 riders on the way through. Now we're in with Jacqueline De Silva Kirchner, and Jacqueline, one of the riders, she was riding in our semi-finals.
Yeah, she was indeed. And one of the things that's really great, and we're seeing it here. Okay, we're in Brazil. It's dark outside. It's seriously early in the morning. It's so early the sun has not come up. And we've got 2 riders racing next to each other whilst, we've got a sprint underway at the 19.2 kilometre marker.
And this is the run for line. We're in with Jacqueline Kirchner now. She's out of the saddle, kicking down on those pedals. And you can just see really putting the power down. Wants to get some points here to take away some points on the way in through. That is going to be a samurai sprint on lap 2, done and dusted. And as they go through, it's going to be Manon Holtner.
It is.
Holtner who took victory from Londano, Kirchner, Jaskalainen and Lopes. They're your point scorers here in the second sprint.
Yeah, and Sarasu also in that group. So 6 riders clear in the Category 6 race at the head of the race. They've just gone through the 19.4 kilometre marker. Category 1, it's Alice Lethbridge and Joanna Tidholm on the front of the race at the moment. Marlene Bjarhead is there. So is Van Shaw. Brown, Gallegos, Tidholm. They are at the 4.6 kilometre marker. They're going to come through just 500 metres out, 400 metres out now from the first sprint checkpoint of the day. Guerra is the rider we are in with, but right off the front is Lisa Hermansen putting down the power early. Hermansen really leading the charge in the sprints at the moment, and one of the riders in that top 20 in those semi-finals. But Tidholm and Ulberg now on the chase, and Ulberg is driving strong, but Hermansen got the jump first. She got the power in. She's going to pick up the points on the Samurai Sprint for the first checkpoint in Category 1. Hermansen takes 5 points. Alberg takes 4. Tidholm takes 3. Rachel Brown takes 2. And Elise Gallegos sweeps up that final point. So on the Samurai Sprint on lap 1, it was Lisa Hermansen who led across Category 1. Anna Svanström led across Category 2. Sabrina Horner led through Category 3. Camilla Salgado led through Category 4. Angie Gaviria Arrayas led through Category 5. And Jessica Hamilton, well, doing what Jessica Hamilton does, and leading Category 6 through a sprint checkpoint.
So those sprint winners, the checkpoint winners in each of the categories are receiving prizes as they go through. Remember, all of the riders subject to verification across all 6 race categories. All those race rules available on MyWhoosh.com. If you're thinking, I fancy having a go at this, if maybe you watched our semi-finals and you thought, oh, I'll watch the Sunday Race Club, see some different racing. It is indeed different. It's a different style of racing because it is basically a scratch race rather than a points race, if you know your types of racing. So it's about being first across the line. In this
case, finish line.
At the finish line for the overall win. First across the line as you go through the checkpoints when you want to go take those checkpoint prizes on the way through. Category 1 sprint there as they came in through, Emma. We've got Hermansen taking that from Alberg and Tidholm, 3 Swedish riders in a row. And part of that really strong Swedish squad, I know we shouldn't talk too much about the MyWhoosh
No, they're not verified yet, the results
Stroke
of the
World Championships,
semi-finals.
but if we were to have 10 riders effectively from
Two countries.
that really does change the makeup of what's going to happen,
it makes it
doesn't it?
really interesting. But let's just remember, whilst the riders at the moment, the teams are maybe on Discord, on a chat function, they're in their homes around the world. And I do know, and it is out on social media, so I'm not giving any secrets away, that the Swiss women were on a Discord channel for the semi-finals. They could talk to each other.
Yeah.
Which is not against the rules at all.
No.
But when you're those 20 riders on stage in Abu Dhabi, there is no means of communication. And Mika Soderstrom said it on the Virtual Velo podcast. That when you're racing with your team on social media, on cycling esports, or whether you're racing in the semi-finals, you can have that form of communication amongst the riders and racers in your nation or in your team. But when you're on the stage in the finals, that form of communication does not exist.
And I think it's a really interesting conversation that I think that's going to develop as we go through, because having an in-person World Championship has only happened really since we've had MyWhoosh involved, which is 2024. We had the first one, 2025 is the second. And there is a conversation that is, when you have it in person and you don't have that communication, how true to cycling esports that happens all the rest of the time in all the other races when you can have that conversation, that Discord. Is it not true actually to the discipline, or is there a way to facilitate that within the room, within the space? And that's going to be really interesting to see how that develops with time.
And let's be realistic. Cycle shorts for elite riders are made with radio pockets.
That is true. That is true. And there's nothing in the rules to say you can't have a radio communication.
I don't know.
Not that
I've read.
No, not that I've seen either.
But if you're on the road...
Oh, big can of worms opened.
Yep,
there you go.
Didn't mean to do that on a Sunday morning.
Well, I did.
Jennifer Gothlander is showing her colours at the moment. She's right on the front of this pack, but the Category 2 race, that 10-kilometre marker, they're heading towards that first climbing checkpoint.
Well, I think it's the old thing, isn't it? Discussion is good. Discussion.
Oh, I agree.
A positive discussion. It's not a criticism. It's all about having a positive discussion and seeing how things evolve to get the best racing for everybody in all scenarios, which is obviously impossible. You can't please, you can please some of the people all of the time and all the people some of the time, but you can't do all the people all the time.
Yes, well, Jennifer Gothlander is doing the business because she's driving towards that polka dot banner, the Kyoto climb. You can see it right ahead around the corner. Vittoria and Giovanni are there, but Gothlander's driving for 11 watts per kilo. That was intent.
And for me, that is classic Jennifer Gothlander taking the sprint win.
On a climb. Or taking the climb checkpoint with a sprint.
Yep, same difference.
Same words.
Tomatoes, potatoes, potatoes. For me, it is very much about her timing is great. She's got a massive kick. She's got to get the timing right to launch that, and that obviously varies depending on the climb and on the flat, but she's absolutely got that dialed. So Category 2 at the moment at the 10.7 kilometre. Category 6 already at the 22.4k. So great news, Category 6 leaders. If you're a Category 6 leader at the moment who's just seen some of the Category 1 coming past you, you're already at halfway. Category 1, they're not even at quarter distance.
No, because there's some laps going on today.
There is indeed, and what a place to see the world's best riders coming in and past from the lead of your race route. Londano, Jääskeläinen, and Kirchner, along with Lopes in Category 6 up at the front with a gap back of 9 seconds to Sarasu and 22 seconds to Holtman and about a minute to Limbago. So well truly broken up behind the leaders in Category 6. Category 1 who've just come past the leading group. Well, and that is basically all together, including our current world champion, Kate McCarthy, who is resplendent in those rainbow stripes across the back of that white jersey, the iconic jersey awarded across all of the UCI disciplines. And at the moment, keeping her powder dry, not really firing off the front. Great riding by Gabby Guerra in that, and Rianne Denton in those semi-finals. We saw Denton really working hard. Her sprinting really has been a surprise strong point for me in terms of Denton, because I've had her as a real all-round rider, but she's really maximised that sprint result. And I think that is all about being smart and getting your timing right, as well as obviously natural ability.
Well, and also this course really, well, these short, sharp climbs suit that type of sprint power as well. There's a real balance, isn't there, between climbers and sprinters, and the type of climb you utilise in a course and who it benefits. And really, this type of climbing today here in Japan really brings those two styles of racer very close together. Does mean that we may well see a very close finale in some of our categories today. In category 1, as I mentioned on the MyWhoosh Championship Stage 1, the top 14 in category 1 were separated by 2 seconds. It was a big sprint. But the question for me today is it going to be a big sprint today? Because, well, are they going to race the Sunday Race Club Qualifier 1 in October, the same way they raced Stage 1 on the MyWhoosh Championships? Mina Koivunen on your screen at the moment. Fabulous race from Mina Koivunen on Friday. Absolutely brilliant performance in the semi-final, putting herself right in the mix.
11th place in the semi-finals, qualifying for Finland, the sole Finnish representative in the women's competition. And Mina Koivunen will have the chance. She qualified for the finals last year, didn't make the journey due to expanding the family, and now
she's done it again.
Done it again. A brilliant result. If lightning strikes again and you're not able to go this time because you're expanding the family, you need to have better timing. Yes, that's all I'm going to say. Better timing, folks.
Well, all I can say is it just shows that elite female athletes, you can indeed take time away. And, you know, it's one of the things I've loved about the last 10 years in female elite sport is we have seen it. And it's something, you know, when I was a young racer, it didn't happen. You know, you stopped your athletic career to have a family. That was what happened. Now, women are doing elite sport, having their families, and continuing in elite sport. And it is absolutely phenomenal.
The list amongst, and you can pick any number of disciplines, but
yeah, you can.
Just pick road discipline right I know well, Lizzie Dynan.
Yep.
Who's just retired after a family of multiple children and racing both before, during, and after the expansion of the family.
But
now,
I think it's a wonderful thing for young athletes as well to realise that they haven't got to do one or the other.
Certainly is. Now, one of our riders who definitely is on the ascendancy is Gabby Guerra, the rider who we know is always going to be up for a sprint in through. She goes underneath the archway here at the Sunday Race Club on MyWhoosh. The checkpoint done and dusted. That is our first climb checkpoint. Maximum points going to Gabby Guerra as she goes up and over the summit. John brings the rest of the top fives as well as our winners in each category.
So Gabby Guerra takes through category 1. Camilla Ahlberg in 2, Kristen Kolczynski in 3, Kate McCarthy in 4, and Nicole Mayer in 5. Jennifer Gothlander led through category 2. Julia Montgomery led through category 3. Camilla Pamplona led through category 4. Shiki Fu led through category 5. Nice move. And Daniela Londano led through category 6. I say nice move for Shiki Fu because she was the one I've asterisked on my start sheet today to watch.
Well, definitely one to watch as we see Gabriela Guerra, another rider to watch, having to accelerate there. So they went over the top. Kate McCarthy put in a dig over the top, built the momentum on in that descent, and now the riders are absolutely dialing this on the front in terms of making things hard. They pushed over the top, they put the effort in. The rest of the riders now need to chase. McCarthy and Guerra, the two riders who were 1 and 2 in those World Championship semi-finals on Friday, now 1 and 2 on the road. They're now being caught by the rest of this bunch, but each time they do that, the bunch is having to work to close them down. They're making riders work hard.
And 1 or 2 riders getting distance off the back of the group. The group was 19 before, it's now 17. So every single time there's a bit of a push in that category 1 race, 1 or 2 riders just distance off the back.
Meanwhile, let's go across onto the climb once again. This is Kyoto climb number 2 checkpoint. And as they go up towards the top, you can see Londano is going to take away maximum points on the climb. Here she's got the green jersey and the polka dot jersey already. She's extending the lead in that polka dot jersey. Lopes, Kirchner, Jaskalainen, and Sarasu will be the point scorers in category 6. And not far behind, you can see that Bago and Fu at the moment are at the front of the category 5 race. The category 5 riders at the front of category 6 with a gap between Sarasu and the leading 4. In category 5, they're on your screen at the moment. You can see they're on the wheels here of Sarasu in the purple, and the rider on the wheels is Bago. Bago's going to score. Sorry, it's Shiki Fu
has already gone through.
She has indeed. So Fu absolutely flying. Look at this. You can see Ting Lu here behind, just pushing on. Great riding here.
Yes, and Lu just, quick micro rest there required at the top of that climb. Hanging on to Katie Bago's wheel. Shiki Fu further up the road. Claudia Gentili not far behind. Great racing going on here in category 5. This is a real battle. They're at the 24.9 kilometre marker. Let's just remind ourselves it's 44 kilometres of racing today. But once they're up and over the Kyoto climb for the second time, they've got a descent and then one more small climb before they do the long descent, and then there's a big long flat plateau. The finish is quite sneaky because it is on the Kyoto climb for the 3rd time, but they only do the first step.
Yeah, basically first step and a little bit of
but it's still an uphill finish.
It is an uphill finish. It's
sneaky.
It's a great little finish. It's one that can catch out the unwary for sure. Now, just taking a little bit of a look through the results on that Kyoto climb, we saw category 6 go through. Londano, Lopes, Kirchner, Jaskalainen, and Sarasu, the point scorers. In category 5, Shiki Fu from Katie Bago, from Ting Lu, from Claudia Gentili, and then it is going to be Daniela going in through. So great riding, Daniela Giraldo going through in 5th place, taking those points. In category 4 and category 3, they've yet to make their way over the top of the climb, the Kyoto climb number 2, but they're all basically heading in or onto the climb. We're in with Montgomery.
We are indeed. This is category 3, and they've started catching the back markers in category 4. There's a couple of groups further ahead of them on the climb, but this is the leading group, and it's a big leading group. There you go. You can see the difference now. The leading group in category 4 are 1.5 kilometres up the road, and this is look at that, Karen Manchando, De Pavia on the front, Pamplona, Elos, Halmarsen, Hybor, Schultz, Kawazuska, all in the mix as a push now comes from Pamplona. She's the rider in the polka dot skin suit. De Pavia, the rider in the green skin suit, and it's Geneva Elos who's now trying to get onto Pamplona's back wheel.
Pamplona taking away the first of those points in the climb competition. De Pavia, you can see on your screens at the moment in that green jersey, just starting to lose a little bit of ground, but with that overall race win in there at stake, you need to be in the mix going over the top. There's about while to the checkpoint, there's going to be another 300 meters. You cannot rest here. I'll tell you something, if you don't keep in with this group, you're going to find yourself in big trouble. We have got riders starting to go clear ahead of Kawazuska, Johnson, Hybor, De Pavia, and Co at the moment. So riders in front just starting to stretch out, and it's the polka dot skin suit wearer Pamplona with Elos on her heels at the moment. This is going to be not just for the checkpoint, it's going to be for the overall in the climbs competition. Only 2 checkpoints, and at the moment, Pamplona looking to make this 2 out of 2, which she does. Great result. 2 checkpoint prizes and the overall climbing prize going to be heading her direction.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And Geneva Elos coming through for second there, picking up 4 points. Kawazuska, Hybor, Johnson. The next 3 riders, they're at around 9 seconds. You can see the gaps, and the category 5 riders in there as well. Now we've got, there's one more main climb before the long transition through towards the finish, where they start to go up again. But Camilla Pamplona, she must be feeling strong today, and she must now have one eye turning to the finish.
with that kick out there that we just saw,
Yes.
that explosion that comes, that kick away is going to be critical coming to the finish, because almost the top ramp of this, that final kick in to the climb checkpoint, is very similar. You need that explosivity after doing some climbing, and that is a real key thing. Now, diving across into a different studio from our commentary studio here. This is Alexandra Knowles that we can see on your screen, and the artwork in the background, one of our pedal artists team riders, and we know clearly an artist. I love the fact there's an easel with a casket with a cap hanging over the picture that's on the easel. How good is that?
The juxtaposition of art and cycling. Cycling is an art as well as a sport.
It's probably the only art I'm good at.
Well, there you go.
Well, actually, I'm not that good at riding a bike either. Not bad. Treading a very fine line between false modesty and modesty there.
Well, the category 3 races are on the climb now, and they're going to be the next group to see that checkpoint at the 24.6 kilometre marker. This is the finale to the climb competition today in category 3, and Julia Montgomery is in those polka dots at the moment. Can she maintain them? Vrobel, Russell, Esler, Montgomery, Daniels, Keinberger and Briggs all in that group. It's the riders. Well, there's 9 riders in contention at the moment. Brittany Lytton on our screen with Julia Montgomery. They're both up and out of the saddle, pushing on here. Lytton towards the back of the group, but now starting to move through, and so is Anna Russell.
Timing is going to be really key here. Montgomery, I think, has got to be very careful about making sure she gets this right. Just starting to accelerate up now, and you can see Gemma Daniels has gone here. Daniels has gone hard here on the climb here in category 3, and that means that Montgomery is now chasing. Daniels was 3rd in climb number 1. Russell was 2nd, with Montgomery taking the win. Montgomery only needs to hold the wheels of Daniels to take the overall, but she's not going to be content with that. She tries to push. It's going to be a segment apiece for Daniels and Montgomery. Montgomery will hold on to the overall lead by dint of 1 point. When it comes to the calculation, my maths might be working today, even if yours isn't.
There you go. Gemma Daniels does indeed take the 5 points. Julia Montgomery for Anna Russell. That final charge coming through to take 3 points. Patty Keinberger takes 2. And Brittany Lytton rounds out the top 5 with 1 point. 10 riders in that leading group in category 3, still in contention.
And now they've got to get themselves across the top of the summit. There is a dip, another rise that's part of that Kyoto climb plateau area. Then they drop down, they dip right the way down to the low point where we see our Samurai sprint checkpoint number 3, the final sprint checkpoint of the day before heading for the finish. They are ahead of category 2, who are currently at 20.4k, and that means they're about to hit the Kyoto climb for the 2nd time.
They are indeed in category 2. The pack is rolling steadily at the moment. I say rolling steadily. It's rolling around 30 kilometres an hour, but it really is a zone 2 effort at the moment before they come into the climb. And look at the gap back to category 1. Category 1 are having a steady start today.
Sporadically steady, I think I'll go with. I'll go with sporadically steady, because every now and then there's a little bit of a kick.
There is, but Elise Gallegos, who's on our screen at the moment, her heart rate, well, she's zone 1 at the moment. The heart rate is dropping quickly.
So if you are just joining us on the Sunday Race Club on MyWhoosh on Qualifier race number 1, each and every month we have a qualifier every single Sunday, with the exception of the last Sunday of the month. That is when we have our finals, where the team competition comes into play. Our riders have to ride 2 qualifiers to be able to enter the finals in a team, but they can enter as an individual, even whether they've not ridden any. So it can be that you can just turn up and ride, but you do need to go through all of the pre-race checks. Make sure your equipment is up to standard, and that, of course, that you've got everything ready to go, race and be competitive, including that power passport. You can find all the details of what you need to do if you want to join, but the first step is to go on to mywhoosh.com and make sure you download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows. Get yourself on there. Lots of great features. Had a friend say they had literally just joined the the riding and the racing just on their first power passport and said, "Oh my goodness, I didn't realise I was so unfit," which I hesitated to say. I told you so. Just going to dive quickly into the racing category one.
That's
Just see
not
Kate.
nice.
Well, yeah, I think they also said they knew they were unfit as well. And they were watching the semi-final, saying amazing numbers from the roads, which is true. Kate McCarthy on the attack, little bit of a rise, just coming in through at the 18.9k. We saw McCarthy attack. We see a response for everybody else. McCarthy doing a little bit of attritional riding for the rest of the riders there, just making them work. Move over the top, though. Counter-attack to McCarthy's move there. Nice little punch over the top. So McCarthy goes first. There's a little bit of a kick comes back over the top, and this is why, because we are on the run for the line at 19.4k. This is our sprint checkpoint number 2.
Hermansen is coming, but so is Olberg.
Wow.
Olberg, Hermansen now digs, but look at this. There's a big push from behind. It's Joanna Tidholm. She didn't get it last time. She gets it this time. Hermansen caught a napping last time. This time, Tidholm, well, she unleashed that sprint timing to perfection.
I tell you, that makes things quite interesting in category 1, because at Samurai Sprint number 1, it's Hermansen, Alberg, Tidholm, Brown. At sprint number 2, it was Tidholm, Hermansen, Alberg, Brown.
I know, really good fun. So one more sprint to go for those women, but Tidholm picks up and takes through category 1 to that point in the race. Gonzalez Rua took through category 2. Amy Bradley took through category 3. Karen Manchando de Pavia took through category 4. Shiki Fu took through category 5. And Manon Holtman took through category 6. Wow, that sprint coming at the 19.4 kilometre marker. The final sprint in that sprint competition at 38.8, at 5.2k from the finish. One more climb for these riders to get over first.
So all of our riders setting off from the same point at the same 44-kilometre route with 370 metres of elevation. Category 6 setting off ahead of 5, 4, 3, 2 in our final race category, category 1. All of our riders just basically making their way out and through. Category 1, in theory, should be the fastest, but it doesn't always work out that way until we get into the finish, particularly if there's been some tough racing on the way through. A number of riders sometimes just wanting to just do a few explosive efforts rather than keep the pace high all the time. And of course, this is bike racing, and there's so many variables, particularly the fact that although we're seeing avatars,
they are real people.
There are people behind the avatars.
Oh, how cool is that?
It's pretty cool.
If you'd have said, I don't know, 25 years ago, we're going to be watching cycling esports racing. We're going to be watching Sophie Giovanni, Dorothy Gonzalez Rua, Emily Nyquist, and Jennifer Gothlander, who are all around the world racing at the same point on a screen with avatars. You'd have never believed it.
Well, I don't know. You only need to look at some of the sci-fi films from the 50s, 60s, or Orson Welles' Books of the Future, or similar things. You know, some of the sci-fi things have come true. Some haven't, but I tell you something. I don't think anybody predicted quite how big and how many people would be riding on their own personal pain cave, and that we would see riders of such a level and dedicated riders. And a lot of our riders, yes, they ride outdoors or in different cycling disciplines, or they compete in another sport, but we'll have to say the riders on our screens, whatever they turn their hand to, I think if you're a good competitive athlete, you're a good competitive athlete.
And one of the things I love is it's not just cycling, is it? You know, the cycling esports, there is other esports sports that are of a physical elite nature like this one. Rowing, for example.
Duathlon.
Yeah. They do.
Supertry being MyWhoosh being a partner with Supertry, some great racing from that.
Yeah.
I saw some great racing from the recent Supertry. One of the riders who have been out on the bike. This was out in the Supertry, not the virtual version. The left a shoe behind.
No.
Yeah, great footage. It shows you sport. Something. Do you know what? If cycling esports had been around, I would have had at least 3 better race results when I was racing. Do you know why? Because when I left my shoes behind twice and left my front wheel behind once, I actually would have been able to race rather than just ride round, or in one case, not ride at all.
You seriously left your front wheel behind? going to a race.
Yeah, you had to take all the bike pieces to get it in the car I had at the time. And we had 4 riders and 4 bikes. So everything was everywhere. And it was like 2:00 in the morning departure to get to the race. And yes, one of the wheels got left behind and it was mine. But the fact that I was also the least likely to win at that course meant that I was the one who was sacrificed and the other 3 went on.
Well, Jacqueline Almeida's not sacrificing anything because she is in this bunch with the group of Category 5 riders. They're catching now and working their way through the Category 6 race field. There is a group of Category 5 riders. They are the leaders up the road. This is the Chase group.
It is the Chase group. And I was quite disappointed. No bike on Jacqueline Almeida's work stand today.
Ah.
Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the backlog of bike
maybe they're all working.
Cleared. They're all done. They're all fixed. Right, in with the riders on the front here. We're in with Wellner. We're in with Gothlander. They're the riders leading. Jennifer Gothlander on the right-hand side of your screen. 24.3k. The checkpoint at 24.6. All the riders want to be in the mix. Nyquist starting to move up through this bunch, up through the group at the moment. Sophie Giovanni also doing the same at the moment. Gonzalez Ruhr uncharacteristically not at the very front here, and I think that's an indicator of maybe the goals for Gonzalez Ruhr in the race here today. Gothlander winding it up. Caramani Vittori. Everybody wanted to battle, but at the moment Gothlander has gone ahead of Vittori, and this is the sort of sprint, the power that we see from Jennifer Gothlander. What a phenomenal result. A big kick, and look at the distance she opened up there.
Oh, I know, and I said at the first effort there was real commitment there, and she's just shown it again. This really is what she targeted today, and the question for me is she also targeting that finish line?
I don't want to speak for Jennifer Gothlander, but the answer is going to be yes.
Yes, well, she's obviously wanting to get to the finish line.
But no. That's not what I mean. I think the target today is race victory, and every time she does that, she's delivering a multi-point blow to the opposition. She is demoralising them, saying, "Look, I can do this over and over again." She's delivering to them I'm better than you, and she's also making them work hard to chase her.
Well, Category 1 also pushing now on the climb, not that far behind Category 2. Van Shaw, Kolkowitz, Mayer, Gallegos, all in the mix. Catherine Fuhr is there. Go down. Well, Nicole Mayer, Mina Coinston and Camilla Ahlberg, all there. Rachel Brown is in the mix too. Now, this group pushing on for the climb. They're at the 23.4 kilometre marker, and it's now Kate McCarthy who drives off the front very, very quickly. Gabby Guerra straight on her wheel, snap, bang, into the mix. Camilla Ahlberg also pushing, climbing strongly with Mayer. The riders pushing too here. Fuhr, Van Hooling closing down the gap. Kulczynski is there as well. Guerra and McCarthy come back off the pace. There's one more segment to go. And yes, it's the segment where the checkpoint is at the top. They swing around the right-hand corner. It is coming, and you can see on the top right-hand corner the polka dot banner in the distance. This is the Category 1 race field. This is the final segment on the climbing competition today. Gabby Guerra in the polka dots at the moment. She's going to want to hold that skin suit and take that climbing competition. There's a number of riders in here who may well want to take it off of her. Can she hold it? Well, Guerra now coming to the fore. She's got Kolkowitz and Tidholm with her. Kulczynski now starts to push as well, because the rest of the riders in this group do not want to get a gap. They do not want to be gapped on this climb. They want to go with the group, and Fuhr, Gallegos, Mayer, Coinston, Van Hooling, Hermansen right up the front of the group, but the polka dots, they are watching the front. Oh, Guerra now starts to move. Tidholm, Ahlberg, Tidholm on the front, not wanting to get gapped here. Ahlberg, Fuhr, and now it's the polka dots of Guerra. Guerra has kicked at 10 watts per kilo. That is a really big snap and intention here to hold on to that polka dot skin suit and take that competition. Guerra on your screen at the moment alongside Fuhr, Coinston and McCarthy. But Guerra has got the gap. McCarthy now doing the chasing, but Guerra, she's going to go underneath the banner and win the climbing competition today. McCarthy trying to close it down, but very, very steady state here. And I'm going to think that McCarthy is just going to maintain that pace and come back to Guerra's wheel. Now, one of the things I love about Gabby Guerra's Pain Cave is the second screen. That whatever race she's doing, she's got the race course open. She knows exactly what she's doing and where she's at. Sometimes we see paper copies on people's walls with notes and annotations. On Guerra's, it's always on a computer screen. So Gabby Guerra taking category 1 through that point.
And leading the category 1. Doing a great job there. And Gabby Guerra, I do question whether or not going for all these sprint points is part of the plan. It's very soon after those semi-finals, and surely riders would have been targeting, aiming to peak at the semi-finals, then have a little bit of a dip and then a rise to the finals. McCarthy's not going for everything that moves, but she's accelerating over the top more and into this descent more than we're seeing maybe Guerra and co.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, isn't it? Because where are we? We're now Sunday, so there has been one day between the racing.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it's 36 hours.
And let's not forget, this is a very different type of racing to what we saw on Friday for those semi-finals. 3 short races, all of around 20 minutes, versus this longer scratch race today of 44 kilometres. That these riders, category 1 riders, are elite riders who are training and racing regularly. They race more than once a week, even as part and parcel of the training program. It's not like the Sunday Race Club is the only race they do each week.
Certainly not for all the riders, or for some of the riders, it's not the only race to do each week. But I suppose for me, it's that big cycle, little cycle. The macro, micro training where there's a limit of where you're going to go, and of course with the course profile as we have, it's very, very different. We're in Japan, we're in Kyoto on the very first qualifier, and one of the things for me is if you would imagine that each of these is a sprint, some are uphill on the checkpoint. I mean, it's not a long climb in totality.
No, 780 meters.
It's a short climb. It's made up of almost 3 hard efforts, as you said, 3 steps. You've got another step immediately after, and you've got some sprints on the way through. It's almost an interval session, rather than a steady state effort. Because even if you're not sprinting for those checkpoints, everybody else is. So
you're going up to zone 5, zone 6 to keep the gap.
One of the key things of training is recovery. After you've made a hard effort, letting your body recover and rebuild itself after those efforts. And I think, I'm not sure today's race week, when you look at that course profile, gives you that opportunity, unless you're super smart. And I think maybe that's what we're seeing with McCarthy, maybe more than Guerra, but different strokes for different folks.
12 riders left in the leading group in category 1. They're at around the 27-kilometre marker, which you can see from the map in front of you. We've got a long descent, a flat run, another descent, then the transition through the Samurai Sprint before the climb to the finish line. So it is a long, flat run now. McCarthy and Fua right at the front of this race at the moment on the left-hand side of your screen. I can't see... Well, and I beg to be wrong, but I can't see this group splitting literally until that final climb.
I would agree with that. Unless somebody throws a sneaky one in on the descent on the way down, which is perfectly possible, let's face it. That was the little rise. I said little rise. It is almost as big as the third of the Kyoto climb that comes immediately after. The riders in category 1 still on the plateau. Moving across those category 5, our leaders on the road have gone past the leaders in category 6. Well, I say they've gone past
They've got them with them.
Technically, the leaders have gone past the leaders of category 6, but essentially it's a bunch behind, 1 or 2 riders just pushing a little bit at the moment.
Yes.
They are heading in towards that Samurai Sprint checkpoint
for the third
at 38.8k. So this is the run for the line. Category 6 and Category 5 here going to be able to take away checkpoint points. Right-hand side of your screen onto the big screen. Well, sprint is going to be everything.
Well, it's Katie Bago who's sprinting at 8 watts per kilo. She's trying to get out from the bunch. But Gentili and Wilhelm are there, but Bago now comes through. She's going to pick up those points in that competition. Daniela Londano in Category 6 also in that group. So Bago picking up the points from Wilhelm Gentili, Alzat and Santos. Lou Giuliano and Geraldo Montoya in the mix. So 8 riders in Category 5. Londano takes the points from Lopes, Kirchner and Jaskalainen in Category 6. So 4 Category 6 riders, 8 Category 5 riders.
Watch this space on that one, because this little kick has done some damage on the way through, with Londano in with this group, chasing behind 3 Category 6 riders, working their way back in towards this group. Kirchner Lopes, along with Jaskalainen, have to make the contact. It looks like Kirchner's going to do that, and that means that Lopes and Jaskalainen at the moment, unless they work together, they're going to be distanced here, because that group are riding away at the moment, and we have not got far to the finish. There is a race win at stake for Katja Jaskalainen and Susanna Lopes. If they let the group go, they will not take that win, because the group in front of them has 2 riders from Category 6. This is not a time to conserve your energy, because you are potentially giving away a race win. Get on that wheel, whatever you do. What's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to blow and you're going to end up in 3rd or 4th place, where you are now. So go for it. Get on with it. It's 2.5 minutes back to the next rider behind you.
How hard is it sometimes, though, when you're in this situation and you can see the group going away? You desperately want to close the gap, but you just can't. It is one of those moments in a race where, it is just.
But these riders we know are capable of having more power. So, we know that they can kick at 4.5 watts per kilo. We're seeing them ride at 2. We're not seeing kick after kick. Now we're seeing a kick from Lopes. Now we see a kick from
They've already raced 40k.
Would it be harsh to say I don't care?
Yes.
Because you get it,
Yes, it would.
Get in the red and get after them.
Well, Fabio at the moment. This is a Category 4 race, and it's really exciting at the 38.3 kilometre marker. They're coming up to that final sprint. They're coming up to the 5.2 kilometre to go mark. And it's interesting because Category 5, Category 6 and Category 4 all starting to converge towards the finish line. But Elos, De Pavia, Johnson, Kawazuska, Heiborg, all in the mix. And it's Elos who's kicked first on the front. De Pavia is in green. She's going to be doing the chasing at the moment, and chasing she is. She's kicked, but Elos has kicked again. What he's going to do here, because De Pavia goes over the top of Elos. Elos starts to respond. What has Elos got? Not as much to match De Pavia, because De Pavia, what a kick there to the line in that green skin suit.
What a ride. De Pavia comes through. De Pavia takes away the win here in the sprints competition. The final sprint goes to her. What a ride. What racing by De Pavia in the sprint competition. And that means one more sprint to do. That's going to be that finishing sprint.
Yes,
that's going to be the
true.
finish. It is going to come to a sprint, I'm sure, between these riders. But that was great timing. You saw the acceleration. You saw Elos kick. De Pavia had something else. She got out of the saddle, went up a gear, and pushed to the line.
Yeah, she did indeed. And the Category 4 pack now trying to come back to her wheel. De Pavia just taking a little bit of recovery here.
And this is where, if I was in that chase group, attack over the top, push now, you've just eliminated potentially, because De Pavia's kick, and then you go again now as it comes back on the wheel on the right side of your screen. Go now. You've distanced 3 or 4 riders. If you distance 3 or 4 riders, you've got a 1 in 8 chance instead of a 1 in 12. It's 1 in 4 instead of 1 in 8. It is just a game of odds here. You let these riders come back in again, they could beat you in the sprint, and how daft are you going to feel then? That might be the voice of experience speaking there.
Did you feel daft?
Yeah, I did. I did. I let some riders come in when I didn't push.
Don't let your feelings onto others.
No, I think it was a lesson that other people probably don't need to learn, and just take it from me. It's not a good thing to do.
Natalia Idzik is on our screen at the moment. She's inside this group here. And it's a mixed group of Category 4 and Category 5 riders. A little bit further up the road, I think, is the leading group in Category 4. But I'm not sure at the moment. I'm just trying to read the road.
And it looks like Natalia Idzik at the moment nicely in this group here in Category 4 at the moment, moving along. So just the riders at the moment all together in these 2 categories. So at the moment, leading a group of category 3 on the way in, making their way through towards the checkpoint. Who is going to take away the sprint? Montgomery has the skin suit, the polka dot skin suit, and she's got some work to do now because Brittany Litton, who has gone for every single sprint and gone for a long one on each sprint, now it looks like she's got the gap. She really has opened up here. Briggs is trying to come after her. She won't have enough. Neither will Montgomery. My goodness me, Brittany Litton, nice way to round out the sprint competition, takes away the win by some margin, and by the look of that, it's going to be the sprint competition. Nicely done, Brittany Litton.
Was that a little tap on the table?
It was actually a tap on the chair arms.
Well, there we go. A little bit of drum roll here in the studio for Brittany Litton and her sprinting performance.
Awesome.
So well appreciated by my colleague.
Yes, indeed. I always like...
And by me.
Well, yes. Yes. Well done. Good job, Brittany. Well done. And we don't have favourites. Basically, we love people who go out and have a go. I do anyway. I don't know.
Well, we're bearing in mind every single person on the start sheet is out having a go.
Therefore, we
love them all.
We do indeed. We do. A bit like Emma says, I love a stage race.
I do.
Stage race, and I love bike racing. Every single bike race. Well, I say I love bike racing. You say you love a stage race. Right. Riders on the way in towards finish. Let's do a quick recap for you. We are currently on qualifier number 1. We are currently heading in towards the finale of the women's race, which will be followed by the men's race. Category 6 set off first, Category 1 set off last. The riders race to 44 kilometres. And as you can see on your screen, we are approaching that point for Category 5 first, because they are our leaders on the road on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. They are the nearest to that finishing line.
Yeah. They are indeed 1.5 kilometres out. It just ticked from 1.6 to 1.5. Yeah.
Fortunately, no camera in the screen to see in the studio to
see me
just
squinting.
How close Emma got to the screen to see that at the moment. As the riders coming through at the moment, really interesting behind Jacqueline Kirchner in Category 6 has gone. Well, this is a long 17 seconds, and Kirchner, I think, at the moment, is setting herself up really well for this, because what we've got to remember is this is not a straightforward finish, and getting a march on everybody else is a good move. Mel Scriven. It is Mel indeed on our screens here today. It's nice to see the jersey on the wall there, Mel, on the left-hand side, and behind as well. You can see
look, you see the jerseys are all over the place. She's
indeed,
just
and
pointing.
She's got the flag as
she's got
well.
the flag, she's got the jersey, she's got the background, she's got the room, she's got the
vibe.
vibe.
I've got sculpture as well, which is very good to see. Feeling like,
feeling like she's going to take a long rest this afternoon. She's going to put her feet up.
Do you know what to do, Mel? At the end of the race, grab an ice cream.
Epsom salts.
No, grab an ice cream and watch the men's race. Not Epsom salts. What's Epsom salts? Ice cream post-race is you can do a protein shake ice cream. It works really well.
No, she says she doesn't want to do that.
Might just be a glass of champagne for getting through 2 races in 3 days.
Yep.
At a high level. Congratulations, Mel. Well done. The riders in Category 5 on the way in towards our race of finish here. Haley Santos leading this group out at the moment. Wilhelms, Bago, Gerardo, Alza, Gentili, Ting Lu in this group. This is going to be key. 43.6k covered. We're going to 44, and it means that we're now into the last 400 meters on the way in at the moment. This sprint will be critical. Alza winding this up at the moment. We're waiting for Ting Lu or Santos to launch Giuliano at the moment at the back of this group. Geraldo moving at 5 watts per kilo, though. The rider who's accelerating the most, Gentili, is holding, or is she? She's on the wheel. Geraldo's just opened even more that throttle, because it's now 6.5 watts per kilo, 7 watts per kilo. Ting Lu is coming alongside. Ting Lu at nearly 9 watts per kilo goes over the top. Ting Lu is going to take race victory here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Race victory. Ting Lu collapses over the handlebars.
That was some
effort.
effort.
A win. What a ride. I tell you something, it shows you just how hard you have to work well into Ting Lu taking away the win in the race. Next rider's coming in, though, and this is going to be for the win in the Category 6 race. Coming in to the finish, Jacqueline Kirchner making her way in to the line. Great ride. We saw her sprinting early. She doesn't need to sprint now. She broke clear. Solo victory. The best way to win a race here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Jacqueline Kirchner comes through the line, punches the air in delight. And well done. Congratulations. And I think that is one of the best ways to win a race, alongside your racing compatriots, but to ride solo off the front of the group.
And daylight, sunrise took place during that race for Kirchner as well, which is absolutely fabulous. So let's just do a quick review before the Category 4 racers come in. Category 5, Ting Lu took the win in 1 hour, 17 minutes, 55 seconds from Giraldo. Gentili came through in third, Bago in fourth, and Alzat in fifth. In Category 6, Jacqueline Kirchner took the win in 1 hour, 23 minutes, 35 seconds. Londano comes through for second, Lopes for third, and Jaskalainen takes fourth place today.
Last we saw, I think it was Funichon Sarasu who was in fifth place in that race category. So we'll have to see if she continues that run in. Meanwhile, we are in with the riders in category 4, the next race leaders to come into our finish here. We've got Machado, who's been sprinting absolutely phenomenal. Machado de Pavia, will she be the rider to take away the win? Will we see a kick from maybe our climbs leaders to this point? Will we see somebody who's been keeping their powder dry, having the power, the pace, the kick, and the timing to take away victory? Remember, we finish at 44 kilometres. We're now into the last 500 metres. You can see De Pavia now wanting to hold those wheels. She's still sat down, tapping out a rhythm. You know, when she engages the afterburner, she gets out the saddle and throws it down again. Johnson winding now, really wanting to get the speed up here. Heiborg on the front, Kawazuska in second, Halmarson in third place at the moment. De Pavia in that green jersey just in fifth place, and we're starting to get close down. Less than 300 metres to go to the line. Now 200 metres. The banner comes into sight. Heiborg from Kawazuska, and now De Pavia starts to unload. This is about the kick. Has she left it too late? Kawazuska went earlier, and Kawazuska got the timing right. Kawazuska takes the win from Heiborg in second, De Pavia in the third, Els in fourth, and Hermason in fifth.
Wow. What a sprint. Take a look at Johnson and De Pavia at the moment. That's how hard they worked for it. It was a strong group coming into the finish line in category 4. 9 riders still together, and it was Isabella Kawazuska who took the win in 1 hour, 15 minutes, 53 seconds. Heiborg comes through for second, De Pavia for third, Elos in fourth, and Halmarson takes fifth place.
Great riding by Kawazuska. She really had been smart there. She launched just early, and that's one of the things we're seeing with this finish. You can't leave it too late, and you because it's uphill on that run into the line. You don't want to go too early because you could really hemorrhage time, and it's so critical to keep at the front almost and just hold people off. And we saw that there. Kawazuska's timing great, not to be for De Pavia, who takes the sprint jersey. An honourable mention to Pamplona, taking away the polka dot jersey. Now, this is the run. Category 3, 500 metres and less to go. Brittany Litton, who took that last sprint in there, in the green, in the polka dot jersey. It's Julia Montgomery, the two riders on the left-hand side of your screen in person. And we're on the climb section. Montgomery has got the gap, but Briggs and Litton are not that far behind. Montgomery tries to stretch this gap out on her terrain on the climb. This is about getting the gap. Anna Russell coming up pace as well, but can she do enough when it starts to level slightly? It's not going to be enough, I don't think. Julia Montgomery is burying herself here. She's time to smile as she makes her way to the line. Julia Montgomery takes away the race win, has time to relax as she comes over the line. It's a bunch of finish, a photo finish behind. It's Montgomery from Essler, from Russell, from Keinberger, and Bradley. They're your top 5 in category 3.
Oh, Montgomery's celebrating once she realised she'd won that. Absolutely brilliant move, and fabulous to see her on the top spot. It was a close race, however, behind. Taking a look at that. But the distance between, or should I say, the time between Essler, Russell, and Keinberger, well, 0.09 of a second. So close.
That's 0.09 of a second. So
1
basically,
second
less than a
separated
tenth.
second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Super fast, super great racing. Great to see. We did say this may be a bit of a sprint fest as you come in towards the finish. We'll see what Category 2 can do and who is going to be able to take this away. Jennifer Gosland has sprinted away up and through to the polka dot skin suit in Category 2. Debate whether she can do that again. Meanwhile, Category 1, we're just seeing all these riders just taking a little look as we're seeing Hermansen at the moment in the green jersey battling with Joanna Tidholm. The two Swedish riders side by side. Finnish rider Mina Koistonen wanting to get in on the action. Tidholm, I think, is just going to take this. The last sprint of the day goes to Tidholm from Hermansen, and the points are going to be enough to keep Hermansen in the yellow jersey. Watch for a counter attack as they come in through here, because we're at 39k here on Category 1, and we are now getting into the last 5k potentially, which means that the chances of a launch, a long run breakaway are increasing. On your screens, the last sprint winners of the day: Tidholm, Svarström, Litton, De Pavia, Bago, and Laundano in categories 1 to 6, respectively.
I am just going to go back to Mel Scriven, because Mel Scriven says salty nachos and an Epsom salt bath post-race, guys. She's a woman after my own heart. Savoury, not sweet.
Weird. Weird. Perrier, weird. That's what it is. You're just weird.
Why? No. Because we prefer savoury rather than sweet.
Yes.
Well, each to their own. Each to their own. Category 1 at the 39.5 kilometre marker. They've got 4.5k to go, and it's still a good-sized group going through that Samurai Sprint. Well, I say it's still a good-sized group. It is 12 riders still in that group.
It's 12 riders in Category 1. A lot more riders in Category 2. This is going to be interesting. Nearly 20 riders in the group of Category 2 as they come up this slope. This is the opportunity to break the group down. If anybody's feeling like they haven't got the legs, if you're feeling strong, now is the time to make people suffer and really make them hurt, because we're running in towards finish 44k. 44.0 kilometers is the finishing line. We are now coming in. We're within 3,000 meters. And if you're feeling good, on the climbs, now's the time to put it into action. Now's the time to make that gap open. If a sprinter gets distance, they might get back on again, but they will have expended energy to do so on their least favorite terrain as the riders come up here. This is going to be key. Who can keep the pace, the power? Who can accelerate the way in between the bamboo forest here in Japan? This is going to be key. I said there was less than 20. I have been corrected in that it's not less than 20. It's actually 18. So technically, I'm going to take on less than 20.
That is less than 20. 18 is less than 20.
Matt pulls smug face at camera that no one but the production crew can see.
Did as well.
I did. Too right.
So Ruti Rees at the front of the group. Jennifer Gosland is in the mix. Katarina Vellner as well. Jenny Eck is there. So is Stefania Sanchez, Hayley Simmons, Serena Vittori, Gonzalez Rua, Nyquist, Giovanni. Yes, there are some people with a turn of pace here. Keep your eyes.
Just a little.
I know, just a little. Underestimating what those women can do. They've got more than the turn of pace, and it's going to be an exciting finale. Now, interestingly, the Category 1 race is just 1 kilometre behind them now. That too is a group of riders.
It is a group of riders, and they're moving fast. They're moving fast. 6 less than Category 2. You can tell you that brain training is working. The riders in Category 1 chasing Category 2. And if Category 2 don't start to think about this race finish, they could get caught here. The speed Category 1 are going up this climb. I think they're going to bring this time gap right down here. I think this is potentially going to mix things up for both categories if they're not careful. It's not all that long ago we were coming up through the bamboo forest past that little pocket of spectators on the right-hand side, and then on the left-hand side, that's going to be coming up shortly. And I tell you, if they don't get a wriggle on, they could get caught. That gap is going to come down if they're not careful. So Category 1 on the climb into towards our finish. Category 2 just that bit closer. Both sets of riders aiming for the 44-kilometre marker. Here we go, coming up to that little pocket in the fencing on the left-hand side with the spectators just before the summit. Should we just get a quick coffee?
No, category.
Just this break pause, quick pause
It is
before
a
we go
nice
into the
pause.
finish.
It's
It
really
is. It's going to be
interesting,
here.
isn't it? It's a moment of suspense. Well, Sophie Giovanni, Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua, Emily Nyquist, Ruti Rees, and Jennifer Gothlander. That's 5 riders in this leading group of 18 in the Category 2 race. They're lining up for what is going to be, well, one big sprint on a climb.
Now, normally, if we were coming into a straight sprint here, I'd be saying, watch Jennifer Gothlander, watch Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua. They're your two big sprint talents here. Gothlander's been working all race. Gonzalez-Rua hasn't, and those intermediate sprint checkpoints. But because we have got the rise in, and because it's on a climb, watch all the cameras and all the riders, because anybody can go. The longer the climbers, the earlier the climbers go, the better chance they've got of being in there at the finish. I think this is all going to come down to who wants it the most, who's got anything left in their legs, how much work have they done, have they had a heavy training week, are they feeling that in their legs, who's just having one of those days where everything clicks, where it all works right. Giovanni out of the saddle, kicks down on those pedals already, starting to wind this up, working away up through the group here to the front of the race. Giovanni moves on to the lead there, the rider on the left of your screen. Ruti Rees on fourth from left, fourth position, just briefly as this group rotate through. We're going into the gradient. It's going to increase 1%, 2%, 3%. Kick off the front now. The attack's starting to wind up here. At the moment, this is going to be about taking this out early, and it's climber Vittori who's gone first. Gothlander's going after her. She definitely wants this. She's tapping out here, and I think this is Gothlander doing a run for the finish at the same time. She's got the close down. How much more has she got? Can she sustain the pace? Over the top goes Gonzalez-Rua. Second from the left on the cameras at the bottom of the screen. Gonzalez-Rua leading. Kasani's coming up at 10 watts per kilo. So is Gothlander. They're going to come alongside. They're going to go over the top. Kasani goes. Kasani's going to take this. Kasani in one, Gothlander in two, and I think Gonzalez-Rua taking 3 as they came in through the line. Just going to get that confirmed.
Absolutely phenomenal. We will indeed confirm it. Asulia Kasani takes 1. Jennifer Gothlander takes 2. Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua takes 3. Serena Vittori, who led the charge, comes through for 4th. And Emily Nyquist takes 5th place.
Behind it was London Svarström, Eka, Degamashandi, Roche, Thompson, Caramani, Wellner, Sanchez, Giovanni, Rees, et al. Group in the end of the line. Some 18 riders strong. Have to say, Asulia Kasani, quite all race, sitting in the wheels. Boom, job done. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Race win. Took it on the line. Great ride. Gothlander and Gonzalez-Rua. Great rides by them to come in through. Nyquist, as we saw on our cameras, coming in 5th place overall on that finish. Great racing, great riding in all of our categories so far, with one more category to come into the finish. It is Category 1, and unbelievably, we are 700 metres out. We've actually got a group of riders together.
We do indeed. It's a big, big group, Category 1. The last time we saw this was on the MyWhoosh Championships, where we saw big groups of riders in Category 1 coming into the line together. Normally, it's a group of 2 or 3. Sometimes it's a solo rider, but at the moment, Mina Koistonen, Catherine Fuhr, Gallegos, Kolczynski, Alberg, Van Heuling, they are all there.
They certainly are now. Watch out for the sprint of Hermansen here. She's been collecting sprint. She's in the green jersey. She's going to come through strongly. McCarthy, well, she can't resist a sprint. Neither can Guerra. Mayer is in there. Fuhr's been proving strong time and time again. The kick is going on the front of this group. The power is being wound up as they come in. It's Van Heuling who's leading this out at the moment. Les Van Heuling on the front of the race from the United States of America, being chased down, though, by the world champion, Kate McCarthy, the rider who goes over the top. Well, you had to be a medalist at the World Championships in 2024 to beat Van Heuling here today. They do so as they come in through the line, because it's McCarthy from Fuhr, from Guerra, the 3 medalists who took those medals in 2024 at the World Championships in the 1, 2, 3 here today, with Van Heuling in 4th place. What a ride, what a race. How close was that?
Less than a second separating the top 10 in that sprint in the Category 1 race. What a finale. Kate McCarthy takes the win, 1 hour, 7 minutes, 33 seconds. Catherine Fuhr just 0.002 of a second behind. Gabby Guerra in third, Liz Van Heuling, phenomenal effort from her in four, Kristen Kolczynski in five, Elise Gallegos in six, Karolina Kolkowitz just half a second back. Tidholm, Alberg, Hermansen, what a run.
Fantastic, fantastic riding and racing across all of our categories. The full results are on www.mywhoosh.com/results. Don't forget you can catch up with lots of info on mywhooshinfo.com. We are going to be taking a very short break before we come back for our men's race. We'd love you to join us. Hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel or on Twitch TV for MyWhoosh. Make sure you give at MyWhoosh a follow on social media. Follow Emma at biking_Emma. Follow myself at Matt Fixer-Payne. Do get in touch with us. We will be back for that men's race. Grab your drinks. Grab yourself some snacks, some supplies. It's going to be a blast. Once again on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club men's race next.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So hello and welcome back to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, qualifier race number 1. Sadly, I've not had ice cream and Emma's not had salty nachos at the end as refuel after the women's race, because we both needed refueling. It was frantic, it was fast, it was furious, and it was fantastic. Do make sure you have a watch if you haven't seen it already. My name's Matt Payne. I'm in the studio with Emma Martin for all of our Sunday Race Club racing week in, week out, bringing you some of the best. Before we go into our Sunday Race Club, quick heads up. New race league launched Tuesday. Apex Racing, all 6 categories, all riders verified, just the same as we have on the Sunday Race Club.
Different time slot.
Different time slot. So do take a look. More details coming on that website soon. Get signed up for that Sunday Race Club each and every week. And this week we are in Japan.
Yeah, we are. We're going to Japan. 57.1 kilometers for the men, 471 meters of racing, laps around Kyoto. They come out of the start pen. There are 3 climbing segments that make up those checkpoints. They're just 800 meters. It's just the top section of the climb that is where the checkpoint is located. Average gradient 5.7% over that 800 meters, 3 times same climb. 2 sprint checkpoints as well, the Tokyo sprint checkpoint coming after the climbs. That's going to make a difference, but this is going to be short. It's going to be punchy, those little climbing punchy sections, the sprint sections, and then they're going to run into the finish. And that finish, well, you can see it is 11 kilometers after the final sprint checkpoint. It's a flat run. They drop in, they climb out, and there's a checkered flag. It's a slight uphill on the run to the finish line. So someone's going to need their legs to be working strongly to take the win.
Yes.
So
no, that wasn't a yes go. That was a yes. I'm coming in. Of course, today, one of the key things for me here, we go straight out. We're very quickly into those climbs. First through the checkpoint, taking away the prizes each and every time. Points 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 for the overall climb competition and the sprint competition. But because the climbs come quick, it's going to be very, very much a case that we could see a selection within 4K.
Well, we could do, but this was stage 1 of the MyWhoosh Championships back in August. Ollie Jones took the win in the Category 1 race, 75 minutes, 51 seconds. 4 seconds separated the top 17 Cat 1 men.
Sprint. Giving no
game away about the women's race today.
Okay, so 6 race categories in MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Category 6 is our standard category. We move up through the categories until we reach category 1, our elite category. All the riders setting off in order with 5 minutes between each category, between one category start and the next, with the exception of category 3 to 2, which is a 10-minute race start. If that's as clear as mud, all will become crystal clear if you keep watching. We're going to dive in with category 6, our first set of riders up and racing. Remember, this is a qualifier, so the riders at the moment, although there are riders within teams at the moment, the team competition doesn't come into play until the finals, and you need to ride 2 qualifiers to make the finals.
No, to make the team competition
in the finals. If you want to ride the finals, you can do without having done that as an individual, but you have to qualify, do 2 qualifiers to be in the finals. Now, we have a huge number of teams here today. We've got a massive raft of BMCers, and I'd like the BMC team to get in touch, please. If you are the BMC team, could you get in touch and tell me who decides your team names? Let me know at Matt Fix the Pain.
Well, I'm sure they will. Now, Brent Gibson for BMC Spinergy took the win in the final in Category 6 last week. Silver was 2nd, Montoya 3rd, Arago 4th, and Mamba was 5th. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out today, because there are a lot of riders in here capable of taking the win, and there's some new riders too. So it's great to see new riders continuing to join the Sunday Race Club. 63 riders on the start sheets in Category 6, and it's a plethora of purple out of the pen. Alliteration.
A plethora of purple peddling, punishingly, powerfully.
Through the purple
past pen. position.
Okay, stop now, because Barroso is on the front, and Miguel Barroso, one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club, one of the riders from Portugal, the riders and the nation who really is starting to embrace cycling esports massively. Lipinhaski is in the world, Brazil. Joel Lipinhaski from Brazil, another nation who really is getting to grips with cycling esports and putting on a great show. In fact, there he is on your screen, right at the front of the race with Barroso. Broadbent is there as well. So is Brito. So is De Silva. Fabulous to see the riders and racing strongly right at the front. Intention out of the pen.
It's quick. I did predict it could be quick right from the start because we've got this first climb coming so quickly, and I think that's going to make a big difference.
Can I just say what I love here is Joel Lipinhaski jumping on the bike here. We've seen this pain cave before today.
We have indeed. I had recognised it. I wasn't necessarily going to say anything.
Oh, I think it's brilliant. Well, we've got people in the same household, both racing the Sunday Race Club.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that for me.
And switching over in the middle.
Might be that they have multiple bikes and turbos, but they have one camera position and one
which is brilliant.
Center,
However
it works for you, download MyWhoosh on iOS, Android, or on Windows. Get on board, jump on board, get yourself out and riding racing, whether that is the new race league, the Apex Racing League, whether it's Sunday Race Club, whether it's one of our fantastic events, whether you want to get yourselves chased by zombies.
Which is possible on MyWhoosh. I haven't tried it yet. I really might.
Have you not?
I know. I haven't tried it.
It's so funny to watch. Honestly, I've watched loads. One of the great.
Okay,
things.
I commit to being chased by zombies this week.
Okay, you've heard it here first. Please,
I also
somebody
commit
remember
to finding some nachos with guacamole and salsa and melted cheese.
I think people will be more interested in your views of the zombie racing.
I'll do zombie racing.
Than your recipe. If you would like a recipe of the week, like you get on the Tour de France coverage, then Emma will happily oblige.
I can do that.
She could do. Please let us know at biking_Emma if you would like a recipe of the week. We'll tell you what it is on the show, and you'll have to go to Emma's page somewhere probably to find out. You can have whatever it is, whether it's daytime, nighttime. It could be breakfast, it could be dinner, it could be supper, it could be a midnight snack, depending on where you are in the world. It could be your early morning race fuel. Emma will be coming up with those if we get enough people telling her that they want that. Good to see Esteban Montoya in here. Nice MyWhoosh jersey on in there, and already just a little bit of a refuel I think is going to be going on, which is good to see. Getting ready for what is a long race, 57.1k today. I hope Esteban has got plenty of fuel, snacks and supplies at the side. I'm feeling slightly undernourished with what I've got in front of me.
Yeah. I sort of want to caveat the recipe of the week by just mentioning I am a professor of hospitality and tourism, and food and nutrition was indeed part of the plethora of the team that I ran.
You are setting yourself up for some high ambitions.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's not random. My love of food.
Just had a quick message coming in, and please don't hesitate to get in touch on the MyWhoosh YouTube live chat. If you're watching on Twitch TV, you want to get in touch, I'm afraid you've got to switch to YouTube. We can only watch so many screens at once. There's a lot of them. Robin Clendenin has been in touch. The zombies are a great place to practice the hard starts that we have on Sunday Race Club. Couldn't agree more. Talking of hard starts, it's time to get down to Category 5, who are down in the pens at the moment. So let's take a look at our riders down there. Another big race field. No surprises down there. And lots of different riders from lots of different squads. And I have to say, I'm absolutely loving more of the team names. And as it's questions week, it's qualifier race number 1. I've got a question for the cycling district squad, who are from Portugal.
They are.
Where do most riders come from who are riding on cycling esports within Portugal? What location?
I am sure they will be in touch.
Let me know, guys. Where is your concentration of people, or is it spread out? What is the distribution of riders in Portugal? With plenty of Portuguese riders racing on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, we are on the men's race, and up and away it is our Category 5 riders.
Well, we're in with Florian Dromard at the moment as the Category 5 riders come out of the pen. It is fast on the front of the race, but the pack rolling and rolling strongly already. Now, it was Skretting from Milostic, from Friedeck, Roy and Toro. They were the top 5 in Category 5 on the outer loop in Australia last week, which is where the final was. A number of other riders here, though, in the mix could well go strongly today. Joel Warren, for me, is one of the riders I'm putting a little asterisk by. He's always a great sprinter, and I think this type of course really does suit that type of racer. Just watching the Category 5 riders come out across the boardwalk, the race settling. When I say settling, there's still a big long line of racers at the moment, and 1 or 2 riders just distanced off the back. But Luis Castro, one of those Cycle District riders that we are highlighting at the moment, it's their stats that are on the screen. Heart rate 160, that's on the left-hand side. In the middle of the white box, it is the power. That's in the green, indicating that Castro is, actually, we've changed riders. So Brambati is in the group and in the draft. Cadence 83.
That's pedal revs for those people who don't know what cadence is. Some people don't.
Other things you can see around the screen on the top right-hand corner, you've got the zones that the rider is riding at. So zone 1, very easy. Zone 6, eyeballs out. You've got the yellow vertical line that gives you where the rider is at the moment on the course that we are currently with, and the gradient that is coming up. And for Florian Dromard, it's a climb.
It is indeed. This is the climb up that takes us up to the top of the Kyoto climb. Eventually, this kick in really, really key. Remember the summit of the Kyoto climb coming at 4 kilometers into the race route, already starting to see damage being done behind these riders at the moment. The gap starting to open up as we go through, just in with Nick Hanley at the moment. Nick, one of our riders, racing in the dark at the moment. Good to see Nick in action. Windows open for a bit of ventilation there. That's nicely tapping out the rhythm. That nice bike position, actually.
Late night.
I was focused more on the on what a great riding position he's got. That for me is just a classic.
I'm liking the colour coordination between his real life jersey and his Category 5 jersey.
Indeed, that's very good too. Yeah.
Zoning the blue. Fernandez on the front here. Hanley right paying attention on the front as well. So is Boo Amma, William Brambati, Peter Connell, Tim Connell, Marcus Calverhol, all in the mix here. Peter Cridland is here as well. He went well on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, and the MyWhoosh Championships as well. Now, the MyWhoosh Championships, it was Cirillo, Warren, Tapia, Hagland and Kendall in Category 5 on this course. Will any of those rise to the fore today?
We will have to find out. Just seeing Category 6 go over the summit for the first time. The results are in with Sebastian Bachowski, the leading rider in Category 6, going over ahead of Ola Warren, and then Ephraim Mamba, followed by Gregos Gashek and Brent Gibson. As we see Evans 4 on our screen in Category 5, 11 be on the front as the riders go up over the top of the summit. It will be interesting to tell. Just taking a little bit of a sneaky look. Bike in the background there, hung up just behind the doorway. Yes.
Well, Category 4 are down in the pen with around 45 seconds to go. We're in with Ryan Giuliano. Now, Category 4 is 56 riders on the start sheets today, one of our smaller racing fields.
It is indeed. And we have one of our Finnish riders, Sami Tuomi, and this is question of the day for Category 4 rider from the Ride Club Finland. Sami, get in touch. Tell me about Ride Club Finland, and more importantly, how many of riders have you got in the club? What do you get up to?
There's a number of Finnish riders scattered across the Sunday Race Club, and they always are really great to see. Ryan Giuliano from the USA, a long way from Finland. But Ryan Giuliano, one of those riders I think goes under the radar.
I
I'm
wonder
sure
why
I've said that about him before.
You said that many times about him. We'll see how under the radar can Ryan Giuliano go today. He is indeed, I get 100% what you mean. And if he was an aircraft, he would be a stealth aircraft because he would fly under the radar all the time. He's one of those who sort of goes unseen until when it really matters, basically at the end of the race.
Well,
then appears and delivers
Pops
a payload of watts.
Well, he does indeed, but they went under the cherry blossom out the start pen and they're sweeping through the streets here. Now, Joachim Skretting has come up from Category 5. Congratulations and welcome to Category 4. Jussi Palaka is on my start sheets. He finished 3rd last week. James Robinson finished 4th, and Robin Clendenin, who practices his starts with the Zombies, finished 5th. And I have to say, Clendenin, it's fabulous to see the Canadian rider really starting to show his hand in Category 4 after progressing from Category 5 some time ago. Now, last week on the outer loop, it was 2 seconds separating those top 5 riders in Category 4. So my prediction, expect close racing in Category 4 today.
Might have said that about a lot of categories. It doesn't make it untrue, though.
No, definitely doesn't.
So Category 4 on the way out from the pens. Category 5 on to the climb. Category 6 over the climb. We're in with Paolo Kirchner in here, and he has a little bit of pressure because I recognise this pen cave as well. This is another of our bike swaps, and Paolo has got a very fast. It's a winning machine. No pressure, guys. But that room has seen a race winner already today, so the pressure is on.
The vibe in
Brazil
the room must be good.
The household expects another race win.
No expectations.
No, I do.
No,
yes, definitely.
No pressure, no expectations. Ride your own race and love it.
Well, you can do that and win.
Well, you can, but you can also do that and not win. Graham Pierce on the screen as well at the moment in this Category 4 race. Another one of those riders, newer to the Sunday Race Club, and fabulous to see him. Raphael Butcher there as well. Gonzalin, Reinheimer in the mix, Polgarin, Quadrelli, all around the front of this Category 4 pack. They've lost 1 or 2 riders already at the 1.5 kilometre marker. In fact, that's the Yorkshire flag in the background there from Graham, and it's another pain cave I recognise.
It is indeed another pen. We're doing a tour of the pain case. You're right about Graham Pierce being a relatively new rider to Sunday Race Club. 2 participations, top 30 within each. So Graham still finding his feet, getting the feel of riding on MyWhoosh and the racing on MyWhoosh. And Graham, an experienced racer and rider, a proven podium rider as well. I'm loving just looking at the flag, exactly what the flags are hung on. All sorts of bars and stems.
I know, that's really cool,
maybe
isn't it?
Sets of bars and stems, different riding positions. Might change the bar and stem. Might have a collection of those not far away from me here in the studio.
Well, Pierce on your screens, look of concentration on his face, and he needs it because his Category 4 pack of motoring, 30 kilometres on a climb, per hour. So they really are moving strongly, around 5 watts per kilo at the moment on the climb, but it's about to flatten out. Now, another rider we drop in with regularly, Mohamed Mukhtari, always great to see him too. And I'm loving the selection of jerseys in the background.
And they actually colour coordinate with the taping on the knee. I hope all is well, Mohammed. Don't be stressing that knee too much today. Make sure you get some plenty of recovery on the way through. A rider who this course could well be suited to because it's an uphill sprint finish. Definitely a rider who could be in the mix, and a rider who we know goes strongly when the gradients push on. So we'll see how he goes on these steep steps and in with recovery. Just while we're in with Category 4, we're going to just give you a quick overview of Category 5, who have gone over the Kyoto Climb. Patrick Mortek taking the 5 points from Kriwanos with 4. Wapples in 3. Roncancio in 2. And Cridland with 1 point, respectively. Those are the riders in Category 5. We're going to go all the way to Category 3.
Yeah, we are indeed. Now, this is the biggest race field. 68 riders on the start sheets in Category 3 and a lot of teams as well. And it's great to see the fact that the riders are now cementing their teams and staying with them all month. And I love that. It's absolutely brilliant. Now, Omdal took second place in the sprint competition last week. Batty took the climbing competition. Clays came in third. Bachowski came in first, and Christensen came in fifth. Those are the riders from the top 5 last week who are here today. They are joined by a whole host of really strong riders. Jung Yu Lin on your screens at the moment. Nick Scolari there as well. Scolari, for me, well, this is the type of course that could really suit him.
Yeah, I would expect to see him going for a long one.
Really?
Yeah.
I would expect to see him going long in the last maybe 6K.
That's a long one today.
Okay.
On the basis this could be won and lost in the last 100 metres, yes.
Well, Patrick Karlstrom on the front of the pack. Henry Notes there as well. Bombacini in the mix too. Fabulous to see the riders really rolling strongly. 42 kilometres an hour out the pen.
Bombacini running for the Dataro esports squad from Brazil. So good to see another Brazilian representative. Here we are in with Daniel Cadiz, who's currently pushing his way up the climb here in category 4. Working hard at the moment, but got the gap. So Cadiz at the moment doing a great job of opening the gap, stretching it out. And at the moment, the Chilean rider really pushing on strongly here. So what can Cadiz do? I think this is going to be certainly enough to take away the polka dot jersey, the points at the first of our climb checkpoints here for category 4 at the 4K marker. It is Cadiz, the Chilean rider, ahead of the Canadian Robin Clendenin, who clearly has been chased by zombies plenty of times over the last week because he was up there as fast as if he'd been chased out by zombies. Now, in with one of the people with one of the best pain caves in the business, it is Antti Järvinen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Järvi. I think it's good morning just in Finland, if my time zone clock is working.
Definitely.
Good to have you with us, the finished jersey on there. And of course, I'm liking the blue to match the white as well. So colour coordinated pain cave, race numbers in the background. Great to see him in action here today. And another of those riders who I think Atti's going to be looking forward to today's racing, because I think this is a course where he's going to be competitive. He's going to enjoy that racing because you've got a real mix of terrain.
Yes, and he's right on the front of that category 6 pack at the moment, and he's got company, but he's right where he needs to be at the 11.2 kilometre marker. The next thing facing the category 6 pack, well, that's the Tokyo Sprint checkpoint at 12.4.
So let's dive across into category 5 with Jeff Rooney. Jeff Rooney, one of our key riders, one of our regulars, and at the moment really working well. Got into cycling and then switched across thinking he'd just have a bit of fun on cycling esports. It's kind of taken over his life.
And now he's addicted.
Yeah, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that.
No, doing a great job. And one of our regular riders on the Sunday Race Club. Jeff Rooney has definitely got a lot more than 3 participations, I can tell you. Give me 2 seconds. And guess what? We'll be able to find Jeff Rooney, who has done, wait for this, 91 Sunday Race Club. So only...
He could make the 100 mark this year.
Yes.
That would be an achievement. And I'll tell you something, Jeff Rooney's got a lot of achievements in cycling esports.
He has indeed. He has indeed. First man to ascend to Everest ascent. I think he's the first man to Everest descend as well.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure he is.
Well, Ivo Sur in the mix in the category 3 race. There he is on your screen right now. Always a lovely, fresh, clean pain cave around Ivo Sur. I'm sure his mind is nice and clear and focused when he races as well.
I bet his workshop's all tidy with like all the tools hung in exactly the right places, and like they've all got their own place and in their own spot, unlike mine, which has a habit of looking like somebody picked up the entire contents and shook them in a box.
Well, Ivo Sur on your screen and in the middle of the race at the moment. In fact, he's right at the front of that category 3 pack. They're running in at the 2.7 kilometre marker to the climb. This is the first step towards the top of the Kyoto climb. Checkpoint coming at the 4 kilometre marker. Well, they're coming up to 100 metres to go. No, they're not. They're coming up to 1K to go. Do you know what? The thing that bugs me in the women's race earlier, I thought I'd solved the problem by having a coffee. I don't think I have.
It's because you didn't have salty nachos. That's what it is. Anyway, whilst
Send
Emma is having a
nachos,
mat day
anybody.
for counting,
Send nachos.
maths, I will attempt to step up to the mathematical plate, as it were, as we see category 3 at the moment. Luis Andrade, part of that big group of Portuguese riders on Cycling Esports, nicely tapping out a rhythm, 96 revs per minute, just sitting in the draft at the moment as the gradient goes uphill here. This climb absolutely critical. You've got to be in the leading group as you go over the top, as we see a push going on the front. Andrade now out of the saddle. You can see the response is coming. He's got out of the saddle. He kicks down through those pedals because he knows this is going to break the group up if it continues like this. Big, strong kick here. And at the moment, Fourier, Nuts, Stemmen, Kowalski are all trying to hold the wheel of Morten Christiansen, who's the rider leading this race out at the moment. Christiansen leading, but Nuts is going to be right on him because he's coming at 11 watts per kilo. He goes over the top and pushing on. Fourier at the moment out of the saddle, stamps down on those pedals. He's still inside the points positions, currently in third place, but what can he do? He's going to go over the top here, I think, of Christiansen, who went down early, but knows he's going to go over in first place. It's going to come down to that little bit of a kick in through the line. It'll be Notes, Christiansen, Fournier, Kowalski, Gillo. They're your top 5 riders going through the line at the top of the climb, and that group, 43 riders strong, and we've now had nearly 50. In fact, we've had 50 riders come through over the top of the climb in category 3 already.
Yep, that's how closely packed they are. It's one long line. Look at it. It's resplendent as it swings around that right-hand corner. You can see the stretch on the group. The group should come back together. They've lost a few riders from the start. They had 68 riders on the start sheets, and you can see the blue discs further behind with the gaps on that top right-hand corner. They're about to really hit the descent now before they transition one more climb out of this main plateau here in Kyoto, and then the main descent back into Tokyo itself and through that sprint checkpoint at the 12.4 kilometer marker.
So Wang Guarin, the rider on our screen on the left-hand side in human form on the descent down. Well, his avatar is on the right-hand side of your screen. Just nicely in with the leading group of category 3 as they came over the top here, staying in the draft at nearly 70 kilometres an hour. In fact, going over 70 now, 72 kilometres an hour as they come down into the base of this descent. 73k. Somebody let me know what your maximum speed so far is on MyWhoosh.
Oh, that'll be an interesting one. Now, I can tell you a little bit further up the road, having gone through the Tokyo Sprint for the first time, is the Category 6 race. And Ola Warren, it's the Warren family of sprinters, has taken 5 points in that first sprint today. Järvinen in second, Kozel in third, Dadson in 4, and Tiger in 5th.
I said Antti Järvinen would be up for this course.
Yeah, and interestingly, well, not interestingly, Joel Warren's now Category 5. Ola Warren's Category 6, which means Ola Warren can't lead Joel Warren out in a sprint anymore. But it does mean Ola Warren can now win the sprint in his own right.
Yes.
And he has done.
He has indeed.
Good job. There he is, Ola Warren, on your screen with that green skin suit in that leading Category 6 pack. The Warren family, for anybody who is new to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
The Warren dynasty.
The Warren sprinting dynasty. Ola Warren, the dad, Category 6, green skin suit. Joel Warren, the son, Category 5, just taken the green skin suit in Category 5 whilst we speak, because, well, Category 5 have just gone through. Johanna Warren, the mum, does the same in the women's race.
Exactly, and that is why we know that they're going to be just keep on going. I suspect we'll see Warrens for a long time on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. But let's dive in across to our next race start. This is Category 2, our penultimate race starters in here. A Category 2 race field, a plethora of teams in the competition, from the top to the bottom to our ever-present UAE clan team. Shark and Nout. Now, I have this translation as something or nothing.
Oh. Okay.
is my translation. So if you are on the squad, or if you speak fluent, I think it's Dutch, let me know.
Yes.
If not, I'll have to go to my nearest next door neighbour who's Dutch.
Yes, you could always just cross over the road and knock on your neighbour's door.
I could, but we usually talk about things other than, well, maybe we do say
Language.
something on a thing. We will see.
Yes. Now, category two, Matthias Van, he took the win last week in Australia on the September final. Nair took second place, Mashando took third, Godzari took fourth, and Miller took fifth. 2 seconds separated the top 6 riders in category two. The team competition was really close because the Hitmen took the win from Gloria Victus by 13 seconds. It really was close. And category two for me, if Van He hadn't have put in such a phenomenal performance on Friday in those MyWhoosh semi-finals for the World Championships, where Matthias Van He finished in the top 20 to, subject to verification, qualify for the World Championship finals in Abu Dhabi, I'd be saying he's my hot favourite for today. Well, we'll see. Nathan Guerra, another one of those riders and racers who put in a phenomenal performance on Friday in those semi-finals. It was fabulous to watch and fabulous to see. Another rider who rides and races really strongly on the Sunday Race Club as well.
And Nathan Guerra taking 30th place in those semi-finals in the racing. They're just going to do a double check of those positions. Just going to find Nathan as we hunt in through 39th, in fact. So news top 30. Not almost 39th place for Nathan Guerra. Good result, good riding by Nathan.
It was absolutely brilliant riding and racing, and be really good to see him continue to progress on the Sunday Race Club, because I think there's still more to come. Well, Marcin Wozniak and Daniel Pinto, Ivan Nuki, Lucas Hoffman, all in the mix. In fact, there is Marcin Wozniak on your screens, riding with a look of concentration, and something that you need in category two, because the pace is so hot, you don't want to miss a move.
Yeah, you can't look away for a second, that is for sure. Otherwise, there'll be action continuing onwards and leave you in the dust at the moment. Wasn't very focused. In with another of our regulars, or fast becoming a regular, Benjamin Brignall at the moment, on the way up this little bit of a climb, just starting to kick in at the moment. You can see the pace being pushed on the front of Brignall out of the saddle here, and you can just see pushing that revs around 65 revs per minute at the moment. So not a super fast cadence, dropping to 60 at the moment as the power comes on, but getting plenty of power down through those levers at the moment. Those cranks being turned as they continue to push up this climb. It's going to come into this right-hand turn. The gradient's going to ease briefly on the way up, but remember, we're going to be climbing all the way up to the 4-kilometer marker for the Kyoto climb checkpoint.
They are indeed, and the category three riders already up and over. Andre Notes taking the 5 points in that climbing competition. Morten Christensen picking up 4 points. Nicholas Fournier picking up 3. David Kowalski picking up 2. And Nicholas Trujillo picking up 1.
Indeed, they did. Indeed, they did. It was an interesting move that we saw coming there as they came over the top of that. As Christian had gone early in there, I thought he was going to hold that to the line, but then you saw Notes go over the top 48 challenges, and just for me, it's all about timing, and I think that's one of the things with the checkpoint being where it is. You've got to get the timing right. Category 2, timing is going to be everything. Rick Van Erck at the moment in the middle of this group as we see an attack from the main part of the bunch. I have a sneaky suspicion that maybe a UAE clan team rider, but going to get that confirmed going down.
A little bit of DIY going on there.
Yes, indeed. Now, let's just drop across into category 1 before we get into DIY, because the riders are lined up and ready. None of our squads are sponsored by your local hardware or builders merchants. We do have a number of different teams sponsored. And my question is going to go to Yonfei Wu today.
Is it?
It is. Let me know because I've done some research on this, and I don't think I've yet found the correct answer for HC-NSVE.
Well, I can tell you, it is obviously, I think, a road squad because the
I agree, but
women's riders and racers coming onto the Sunday Race Club from China wearing the same kit.
I know. Please do let me know, Yunfei. You know where to get in touch. Let's get going. It's the final race start for qualifier number 1. It's category 1. They're going out for 57.1k. They're going to climb 471 kilometers. So 471 meters, not climbing 471 kilometers. My goodness me, that would be
careful because
you'll
start to get hit by whatever is affecting me today.
Yeah, the M factor, as far as I always knew, was referred to time and distance, not maths, but we will find out as we continue onwards. And category 1 at the moment, well, do you know what? I think Arnie Yackers, Michael Knudsen said, you know what? Let's go from the gun today. This is only 471 meters of ascent. This is going to suit me. Let's go for this. Michael Knudsen on the attack. A notable absentee from the semi-finals.
Yes. And do you know what? I think he said, let's rumble.
Yeah, I think he's just like, let's go for this. Let's get on with it. Have to say, the MyWhoosh semi-finals, congratulations to Jason Osborne.
Oh, he was dominant.
He was. And it was very, very true that both of our world champions, defending world champions, showed that they are on course to defend their titles in style in Abu Dhabi in the middle of November. Watch back the semi-finals if you haven't seen them already. Some really interesting race action, really interesting tactics going down in the men's and women's races. It will get you au fait with the format, with the way that the riders are riding and the courses that they are racing. It's not like Sunday Race Club, it's a points race, and being au fait and being up to date with that point scoring is going to make your enjoyment of the finals even better. We're going to be putting words to the race action, so we are going to be in the studio watching as you are putting words to the action on the TV screen. So we won't be in venue this time around. We won't be down in Abu Dhabi this year. It does mean that you will be able to see and hear us through that race action. And don't forget to get in touch if you've got any questions about that, as Category 1 still have decided we're not letting anybody get settled today.
They're doing a Category 4 start.
Doing a Category 4, 5 or 6 start. I'm absolutely loving this. I mean, everybody has clearly decided we want to get to this finish as fast as possible. We're going to make it hard from the start, and let's see what we can do. There's going to be some tired legs because of those semi-finals, because a high proportion of the riders who are racing today were in those semi-finals.
But not all of them.
But not all of them. Those that aren't, I think, are going, do you know what? Today could be a good day to make things hard.
Well, let's remind ourselves of the top 5 last week on the Sunday Race Club. Jason Osborne took the win. Michael Vink came second. Yunfei Wu took third. Ollie Jones took fourth. And Paul Skierski took fifth. The Boss Moves Only squad taking the win in the team competition from Aber Synergy. 1 minute, 27 seconds, the gap between those two teams. In fact, I'm just doing a double check. Yes, indeed. That was the largest gap in any of the team competitions in the 6 men's category.
But that team win by who was the team win
Boss Moves Only.
By Boss Moves Only contains a certain Mr. Osborne. Now, one rider who very much has impressed this season is Paul Skierski. Paul, are the legs in one piece? How are you feeling after what was a phenomenal performance? Paul Skierski, 3rd place in the MyWhoosh powered UCI Cycling Esports semi-finals for the World Championships. 3rd place. Phenomenal sprinting performances in there. Beat former champion Bjorn Andreasen. Beat Ollie Jones, one of the hot favourites. Think we can add Paul Skierski to potential medalists.
I had a conversation with him much earlier on this year as his form started to rise and he started to come to the fore in the Category 1 race field. And he said it was his goal of the season. Let's just remember, he's a young rider. He's in the under-23 category. And he's made his goal and he's made his target for the year. What a phenomenal job. I just cross fingers and hope his form holds for 6 weeks, because let's just remind ourselves it is 6 weeks till that final. Carlos Ramirez on your screen at the moment, and doing a fabulous job here, right at the front of the Category 1 pace race. And the pace from Ramirez with Vink, Panizza and Wu, this is fast and hard. And we know Carlos Ramirez likes tough racing.
He does like tough racing. He's got one win on the Sunday Race Club to his name, 2 podium positions overall. And a rider who I know is going to be, I think, looking for the sprint. Meanwhile, Stefan van Elst at the moment, just seeing the rest of the group go past. And,
who's he chasing?
Well,
I tell you something, Jason Osborne.
Yes.
He's just flying at the moment.
Well, you've seen Van Elst really be active and aggressive, and then along comes the world champion. Goes, do you know what? We might only be a couple of days later, but I'm going for this, and this is dangerous because you've got Osborne, Andreasen, and now Jones on the move, and they're going to go underneath the polka dot banner. What they do now will be very telling. Are they going to do a crazy, crazy, crazy long range breakaway? We've got to say one thing that was we didn't mention in last week's show. Congratulations to Tadej Pogačar for an even longer breakaway to take away his World Championship win. A rider who we have had the pleasure of seeing at the finals on the MyWhoosh Powered Championships as they go in and through. Tadej Pogačar, an absolutely brilliant rider, taking his 4th World Championship win and doing a fantastic job of defending, and went out in style, went for a breakaway. Are we going to see a breakaway in Category 1? Is anybody fancy emulating Tadej this time around? 57, you can't go for 66k because we've only got a 57k course, but you can still go for
a long one.
Yeah, it would still, if you went now, you'd have a higher percentage of race distance breakaway than Tadej Pogačar.
Can I just say, look at the length and the stretch on this Category 2 race field. They're at the 8-kilometre marker. They are about to come into the descent off of the Kyoto sort of plateau and down in towards Tokyo for the Tokyo sprint checkpoint at 12.4. But the pace on the front of this race has just not eased at all.
It certainly hasn't. I mean, this descent is it's fast, and you come into it quick. I mean, at the moment, it's not really picked up the pace in terms of the descent. We're at 50 kilometers an hour, but it's flat out at the moment, and it's lined out because of it. If a gap goes down, if somebody loses a wheel, you're going to be in trouble. Great riding here by Lasse Hansen to stay in with this group. He's right where he needs to be in the draft, right with this leading pack as they come into this descent. So in the right position, not distanced off the back. If you're at the back, you need to get on board fast, because here we go. This is where the pace picks up. This is where the speed is going to pick up, and you really need to be in the wheels. Anybody trying to go clear now, apart from Bruce Bird, would be crazy.
Well, yeah, Bruce Bird, the master of the attack, the master of the breakaway. As the road turns blue and the streets turn red, I love these parts of Japan. It's absolutely fabulous. But Tatu Koinsonen is the rider we're in with. Bjarhead is there, Van Erck is there, Walter, Betts, Hansen, Kalman, all these riders on this descent. They're rolling now towards the flat section, which will give them the run-in to the Tokyo sprint checkpoint.
Well, just in with Tatu Koistonen at the moment, who's tapped the top right-hand side of the screen. He's managed to engage that aero tuck, just sitting in there. Smart recovery there. You can see just went to the front, tapped the aero tuck. It's given him the time to get a gel. This is what we call smart riding. This is what we talk about riders who are riding smart. Some of the riders have put an effort in from the top of the descent to the bottom of the descent. They've been pushing all the way down. Tatu Koistonen employs the aero, takes on board a gel,
big rest,
gets some rest.
Heart rate lowered.
10 out of 10. Full marks, sir. Brilliant racing. Now, let's go across to Category 1. Just in with Lionel Vujasin in there as he makes his way down the course at the moment, because you can see they are chasing a group at the moment. Vujasin has to keep on pushing on here. The medalist at the 2024 World Championships in gear and on his way down the chase here. But I tell you something, if this is how we're going to see this whole race ride out today, there's going to be some very sore legs, and there's going to be maybe one or two new faces up at the top.
Well, 4 riders looking like they've gone clear at the front, and the chase is on because Michael Vink is trying to make the transition. Tugels and Skierski are trying to go through, but take a look at this. This is Vink on your screens at the moment, coming over to the leading group. He didn't make the selection the first time round, and he has indeed made the juncture the second time round. It's now 5 riders at the front. We've got Vink, Jones, Osborne, Wu, and Andreasen. That is one class group. Well, the group behind, not that shabby either, and they're going to be closing that down very, very soon and coming back into contention. The riders crossing the gap. Vujasin is there, Pedersen is there, Knudsen is there, and it's Palskierski who's doing the work on the front. After making the top 5 on the Sunday Race Club recently, well, I think he wants to be there again. And there's a psychological factor here. Once you've done a podium once you've made the top 5, once you've stood on the podium of an event once, you start to believe it's possible, and it's possible regularly. And that self-belief is worth so much.
It certainly is. It's so much of it is in your head. It's in your understanding, and I think it's almost subconscious that your body sort of translates the mind. I can do this, and it actually just releases. It's like it gives you a secret key to unlock more muscle power, more speed, more performance. Matthias van Heet got the. I'm sure, Matthias van Heet, have you had a racing haircut there, sir? That is a lighter haircut, so it breathes better. I am loving the touch of the jersey there.
As one happy rider.
Oh, I mean, a brilliant result for him and making it. I mean, it was all down to his performance, really, in those last
final stage.
The final stage, 253 points for Matthias van Heet, 19th position. Squeaked in, not as squeaked in as Javier Gednes, who didn't score any points in the last stage and did it all early on. So really interesting to see. So we'll see who is going to be on form when it comes to the World Championships a little bit later. That's coming up in November as we look at Nicholas Becker, the man who's just taken the sprint in the category to a race, and just seen some pressure come on behind because, again, a nice long line of riders.
Can I just say, Nicholas Becker has indeed taken 5 points. Guerra took 4, Downey took 3, Pinto took 2, and SS took 1. But I just want to go back to Van Heet for a second, because I cannot be more pleased for a rider and a racer, to make the World Championship final. And we watch him week in, week out, and Category 2 on the Sunday Race Club. And I don't know whether he believed it and he could do it, but honestly, when I was chatting to him this week, well, actually yesterday, post the semi-finals, I don't think he could believe it himself. And that's why it is just so wonderful, because I did have a conversation with someone. I said the top 10 really for me in the men's and the women's semi-finals is pretty fixed. You know who's going to be in the top 10, but you don't know who's going to be 10th to 20th.
Yep,
and Van Heet snuck in, and so well deserved.
Well deserved. He snuck in, and it wasn't sneaky. He snuck in as in he got up there by riding smart and managed to grab a place down in 19th position. 91 participations on the Sunday Race Club. He's put in the hard yards. He's put in those hard kilometres to get the racing. You know, when you're racing day in, day out against people like, every single week you're there racing against riders like SS, like this X100, like Nicholas Becker, like Martin Trojnowski, like Mohamed Al Case. You're racing up against Phil Crace. You're racing up against some really experienced riders. So much people learn, I think, about what they can do. And it becomes subconscious. Matthias van Heet's got 4 wins on the Sunday Race Club, 4 second places, 3 third places. He's done the miles. He's done the effort. He's got himself in there. And a great ride by him. Good to see his countryman, Olivier Simões, on the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, sandwiched in between Michel Machado of Portugal, second on the left-hand side, Martin Trojnowski centre, and Ivan Nuki to the right of him. So Poland and it's Uganda.
It is indeed. But as you can see from the screen, living in Abu Dhabi.
Indeed, and good to see all of the gang in here. 5 very regular faces on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. 5 of the real characters of the sport. 5
Yeah.
very different riders in lots of
Different
ways as well.
styles.
Different styles, different performances. And we're going to see where they're going to excel today. Some courses on the Sunday Race Club might suit a great climber. Some suit a great sprinter. Some suit rouleurs. That's one of the great things about Sunday Race Club. We've got such a variety of race routes each and every Sunday. Sunday Race Club, by its definition, on a Sunday.
And if you want to be here, you can. There are 6 race categories, which gives a huge range of ability categories to the Sunday Race Club. If you do want to join us, please do. We've got 348 men on the start sheets today. We are heading towards, I'm wondering whether we can make 400 races by the end of the year in the men's race. We're definitely going to make 200 races by the end of the year in the women's. We are so close to topping that now. But if you want to be one of those riders, head over to the MyWhoosh website, click on the events page and scroll down and click on the Sunday Race Club. The rules, the technical guide, everything you need to get on that start line is there.
And by scroll down, we do mean scroll down. Don't click on the first 2 Sunday Race Clubs.
Which are the entries.
That is the entries to get into the next qualifier. Please do if you're ready to go and jump on board. If you're not, if you want more information, go down a bit further. There's a lot more detail, including the links to the technical guide, the rules, etc. in there. And because we are giving away a lot of money, you're earning a lot of money if you race really hard and are lucky enough in the position and have the pace and power to take away a prize, then the rules and the scrutiny is there for all riders, and you all have to jump through hoops to make sure that everybody's racing fairly. But that's all part of the fun. Now,
look at this. This is a different group of riders.
This is Michael Vink, along with Leonard Chugles and Ollie Jones, a very dangerous trio, a triumvirate of talent. Jones in the mix in here in Category 1. So Category 1 with a breakaway of 3 key riders going down the road, Chugles, Vink and Jones at the 12.6k, so just after that Tokyo Sprint checkpoint that we saw them go in through. You can see the leading riders going through that checkpoint. Vink, Becker, Fournier, East, Warren and Warren. Those riders are the leaders coming through. And I love Henry, he says, put on his team name, see you in 2026. Because that is an indication, I think, Henry East, because we've got to remember, although the Northern Hemisphere is running into winter.
Yes.
Henry East were running into the summer. And it might be that work is so busy because he does an outdoor job.
Yeah.
It may well be work is so busy that he needs to focus on that. It may be that he's just going to go ride his bike non-stop outdoors across the entirety of the Australasian continent.
Well, I'm sure he might get in touch and tell you, Matt. But at the moment, Yunfei Wu is trying to make the transition to Chugles, Vink and Jones. And this is an interesting move here because this is a big, big push. But the pace is on and Jones has picked up the pace at the front of the group. But Wu is trying to bring it over. Knudsen is also trying to go too. Vu Yassin is on the front of the pack. Skierski, Andreasen, Kaminsky and Osborne. But as we saw right from the get-go in Category 1, the pace is on, the race is on, there's no steady riding today.
Well, Osborne moved himself to the front of the chasing group behind Knudsen and Wu at what was about 6 watts per kilo. Then he kicked at 8 watts per kilo, 9 watts per kilo now. And now that I think is going to bring this group back in. Wu made the effort to go across with the 3 riders up at the front. Knudsen has done the same. And I think whatsoever it was a group of 3, people thought, yeah, okay, we'll just keep an eye on it. The moment he went to potentially 4 or 5 riders, everybody went, no, we can't let that go. And that means that Osborne is on his way. And on Osborne's wheel, you can see we've got a whole host of riders looking to come across. Now, just watching Knudsen as he's not made it. And now he's just waiting for this group. He's realized the writing is on the wall here because he can see that this group that is making its way up are likely to just come back and pull that group back. He didn't need to commit totally to that chase. He could ease back off again, take a bit of a breather. Now, so Knudsen, Vjasin, Panitsa, Osborne, Kaminsky, Andreasen, Power, one long chasing line. The chase is distancing a rider at the back, though. So at least one rider finding the pace too hot at the moment. They're going to have to jump off and just back off the pace a little.
Well, I'll tell you something. From the Kyoto climb, this group have lost 11 riders from the leading group. The pace has been that hot. And yet again, well, the push is on.
It is. Osborne now coming at 9 watts per kilo to close this gap down. It's 8 seconds between Osborne and these riders at the front. 4 riders now leading this out. It's Jones, Vink, Wu, and Tugels. Osborne leading the chase in the polka dot skin suit, leading the charge behind, wanting to get in touch with the leaders. Make sure you get yourselves your popcorn ready, because it's all going to explode today if Osborne does make it across and then thinks maybe I'll go on the counter attack, which is always an interesting move. The pressure on from Jones. He's winding it up top left hand side of your screen in category 1. They are currently making their way out and across from the sprint checkpoint number 1 towards the start of the climb. They've got a way to go yet. Category 2, Olivier Simmons on the move, top right-hand side of your screen. In Category 3, bottom left-hand side of your screen, big group all together with Ryan Duma there. And then we've got Henry East in on the right-hand side of your screen, and you can see the people behind that avatar. You've got Fink, you've got Simmons, you've got Duma, and you've got East, the 4 riders from left to right on your screens. So New Zealand, Belgium, Wales, I think it is for Duma, if I remember correctly, and then Issa from South Africa, but riding in New Zealand.
Yes. I imagine New Zealand and Wales to look very similar.
So many sheep, so little time.
I didn't mean for that reason. I meant mountains, hills, grassland.
Yes.
I'd like to go to New Zealand.
There's no volcanoes or volcanic springs in Wales.
No, but for me, Wales is one of the most beautiful places on earth, I think, that I've been, as long as it's not raining. I imagine New Zealand could possibly be the same. Always rain. Well, actually, no, it's not always raining when you go to Wales, but it is very, very beautiful. And I have been very lucky because I have climbed Snowdon many times, and at least twice it has been sunshine and blue skies at the top, and I've seen the view.
Snowdon is the highest hill if you actually live in real mountains. If you live in the UK, it's the highest mountain in Wales because it's the top snow hill, or it would differ. I think it is. If I can't actually do the Welsh pronunciation correctly, but it basically means snow hill or home of the gods.
Yes, I've raced up Snowdon and down it.
I've mountain biked up it and down it, and I've also walked up and down it, and I've also taken the train up and run down.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, I've never taken the train.
Have you not? This train goes right to
I know
the
there is
steam
a train. The Fell race, you actually run down the top part of the railway line, and not actually on the railway tracks, but by the side of it, and then you take a detour right up along the fence line. But there we go.
Enough reminiscing about Welsh countryside and
fell racing
and crazy things that we have done in the past, because crazy moves yet again in category 2, because Olivier Simmons' little move off the front has been pulled back.
Yeah, they're on the climb again.
20.2k covered here in the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club by category 2 in Japan, in Kyoto. This the second of our climb checkpoints, the second of 3 ascents of the Kyoto climb. Kyoto, of course, the old capital of Japan.
There we go.
Once upon a time, indeed.
Well, at the moment, 20.4 kilometres of racing. The actual checkpoint here on the Kyoto climb comes at the 23.4 kilometre marker, so 2.9k still to go. A number of little steps along the way, and this is one of those steps: Bendetti, Mendakowitz, Cahill, Downey, Bjorklund, Koinston, Jochems, Newquay, all in the mix. The polka dot skin suit just paying attention towards the back of the group.
I think that's Corrales in the polka dot skin suit, just making his way in and through. Just going to, Emma's doing a double check.
I am doing a double check.
Am I right?
Yeah, you are.
There you go. Well, it's on occasion, you know.
Well, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
look at this.
Now we're in category 6. We're in with Josh Lipka at the moment on the climb. He has got Bachowski with him, Sebastian Bachowski, who took the first
17 seconds.
Through.
That's a lapped category 2 rider.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. He has.
Yeah. Josh Lipka is 18 seconds clear of Mamba and Atruba and the chase group behind. So Josh Lipka, the rider from the USA, who's joined the Sunday Race Club very recently. This is a course that suits him.
He may have joined very recently, but he's got an extensive knowledge of cycling esports and how to ride it and how to teach people to ride it well.
I
Coach to a
agree.
very well-known rider and a coach who is known for his pizza eating skills as well.
That is very true.
May have commentated on him eating a pizza in Abu Dhabi before now.
Yep, because we don't just do bike racing here at Full Speed Events. If you want pizza eating competition commentated on, get in touch. While Josh Lipka putting in the performance on the bike at the moment, Ola Warren, Mamba Tigert, all in the chase group behind, but he's extending that lead on the climb now. It's at 23 seconds.
I'm going to hasten to say I didn't have any of the pizza either.
No.
Which was quite disappointed at. Anyway, let's go back to the racing. So at the moment, the riders on their way in through a quick recap for you. 57 kilometres of racing, 57.1k from start to the checkered flag today, or more importantly, to the finishing arch, which is the UCI arch. MyWhoosh, the UCI's cycling esports partner for 2024, 25 and 26. While the racing currently just in progress on your screens, quick reminder for you, as we said at the start of the show, a new racing league being launched. Very few details available that we can give you at the moment. Can't tell you everything that we know, but what we can tell you is it is on Tuesdays. You can get the details on the events page. Get yourself entered on there as well. It's the same rule set, the same level of scrutiny and verification as we have on the Sunday Race Club. So do make sure you jump on board. Meanwhile, in with Ebersford and Stefan Tigert, both in these big groups of Category 5 and Category 6, respectively.
Yeah, and great to have them side by side on the screen. Both the Category 5 and Category 6 race, and Svarten Tigert. Tigert known for his sprinting ability. That's how I pitch him. And this course could suit him really well, actually.
We said no spoilers on the women's race. We won't give you any spoilers on who won, but having timing and sprinting ability has been key. There would be probably two of the three key skills I'll put out there for today's finish.
Both of these two race fields now heading up the Kyoto climb for the third and final time.
So 3 times up the climb of the Kyoto climb, making your way to that summit, then a descent, another climb on the plateau that's not categorized. Then you drop down off the plateau through the Tokyo sprint checkpoint from the old capital city to the new, and then down in to the low point of the course, a quick climb back up onto the base. Start of the Kyoto climb, and then we're into that sprint run into the finish. It is a rising sprint through the finishing line, just to make life difficult for the riders at the moment. The nearest riders are Category 6, followed by 5. But at the moment, we're in with Category 2.
Yes, Category 2 and Category 1 are on the Kyoto climb for the second time. They have one more full lap. They're one full lap of that section of the course behind Category 5 and Category 6. But Corrales is the rider in the polka dot skin suit. Manchando is with him, and it's Manchando who's really driven. But now Corrales kicks at 13 watts per kilo to head towards that polka dot banner. There it is as we swing around. He wants to keep that skin suit. He does indeed. Second time up, second time through that point at the front of the Category 2 race. One more to go. Manchando, Guerra, Brignall, X100 and Pinto very close behind.
And given that the finale of that climb is almost a dress rehearsal of the final climb and the final run for the line, he seems to have this course pretty dialed.
Yes. And as you mentioned, the type of climbing today suits a certain type of rider. And I'm going to say it, I just apologise for today.
No apologies needed. You can't say how 50,000 words that we put together in a Sunday Race Club and not get one or two wrong. That'd be pretty tricky.
Well,
now, so we're going to go dive in with the experience side of cycling here. These are some of our riders who have got a serious level of experience between them. They are riders who are wise and mature.
Well, I tell
Well,
you what.
actually, I'm not sure they might. Mature implies that they're not daft enough to jump on a bike and race every Sunday in
No,
some ways.
definitely not. It implies that they know what they're doing, they
Yeah.
love what they're doing, and they are here because they want to be.
Exactly, and great to see Masit Mindakowicz, Che Howell, and Jeff Rooney all in the mix. All riders who we've seen racing the MyWhoosh Championships. We've seen them racing in our older age category in that, and all doing really well in that. Great to see them in action here today. MyWhoosh is for you for whatever age you are. Now, if you look at the riders on the screen and think, well, they're not my age because I am one of our younger riders, or I'm under 18. I really fancy having a go. Do you know what?
You can.
You can. MyWhoosh has a dedicated part of the platform for riders who are younger. You do need to get parental consent to go on. It is basically a safeguarded area compared to the standard area. MyWhoosh taking it really seriously, but wanting to get all ages on bikes, all ages out and racing and riding, all part of the commitment of the UAE to improve the health of the region and to get more people riding bikes. And please do jump on board. Get in touch with MyWhoosh if you want to ride.
Look at that. 52 seconds back now. Tugles, Wu, Jones, and Vink, 4 riders in the Category 1 race. Michael Vink in the green skin suit with the most points in the sprint competition at the moment. But those 4 riders are now, 40 seconds plus clear. It's a little bit challenging at the moment just to pin that down because they're on the climb. But they are indeed coming up to the top of the climb for the second time. Jason Osborne, who's in the polka dot skin suit, nowhere in sight.
Not going to score points, I don't think, because these 4 are going to go through. Then Knudsen will go through, and then
Ollie Jones is the only rider in that pack who actually has points already in the sprint competition.
So he's going to take away the polka dot skin suit.
Well, Ollie Jones, there
and he knows it. That's why he's at the front.
Yep.
Maximising the points on the way up there. 5 points that time. Where was he in the first sprint?
Third.
Climb? Third. So by my reckoning, that's 3 points there as well. So 8 points total. Well done. Good job. It probably means that only Osborne can beat him now.
But Osborne has got to get into the leading group to do it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying it's easy. It's not.
It's definitely not easy.
Not close. Now, you can see Jones, Corrales, Nuts, along with Giuliano, Roncancio, and Callaghan, the segment winners of the Kyoto climb on lap number 2, with one more ascent of the Kyoto climb to come. You can see the difference in times there as well. The full results are live at the moment, and of course provisional because they're not verified.
Do you know what I'm waiting for?
On the mywhoosh.com website. What are you waiting for, Christmas?
I'm waiting for the rest. Well, it nearly is actually, because I'm waiting for the rest of the Category 1 riders to come through. I can tell you, Michael Knudsen has just come through in 5th place, 42 seconds back. But as of yet, I don't have anybody else through. And that's because they're on your screen at the moment. This group, I've got to be over a minute down now.
Just looking at Jason Osborne, I am thoroughly with Jason Osborne. If Jason Osborne is deciding that I'm going to turn my legs around today, but after that performance in the semi-finals, I don't need to do anything too hard today because I need to let my body. For me, one of the things is if you are peaking for semi-finals and finals, they're 6 weeks apart. You need to let it dip. The sooner you let it dip, the sooner you can bring it back up again. If you have your rest or you let that form dip too late in the run into the finals, you're going to be in trouble because you're not going to be able to bring it back up. I think that's smart moves there.
Well, 1 minute, 16 seconds back to that chase group. Nathan Guerra on your screen at the moment with Bruce Bird, the 2 riders, the Canadian and the rider from the USA, really pushing on the front of this Category 2 race at the 27.3 kilometre marker. They're about to come into the descent off of the second ascent of the Kyoto climb. Danes trying to go with them at the moment. The big push coming, and Brignall also trying to make the transition. Now we've got riders clear in the Category 1 race, but still had a big pack together in the Category 2 race. Bird and Guerra obviously deciding a breakaway group is the way to go. Now they are coming towards the second half of the race. And everybody now battling to get onto the wheels. Benjamin Brignall from Canada, one of those riders trying to get into the mix, and take a look at what it's doing behind. It could well be bringing the entire group back together again. But the question for me is, will there be a split in the group, and will we see a smaller group after the attack? I am not sure. We will. The Category 2 race now moving on. They're on the descent now down to the transition before they go back up the Kyoto climb again and into that checkpoint for the third time. That comes at 37.7 kilometres in around 9k. Mark Santo on your screen at the moment, just in the mix there, making use of the super tuck for a moment of recovery. Yeah, so fabulous to see the riders with those micro rests on board really starting to utilise those in the racing. And we can see how clearly it works in terms of dropping that heart rate and giving those riders that ability to just take that short break and bring that heart rate down. Well, Christoph Thiem in the mix in this group as well. And they are all coming back together, even though it is one very long line. So the Category 2 attack from Burden Guerra has been brought back in. One or two riders now starting to battle to make sure they don't lose the back of the group. You can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, there you go, and you can see right now as well, the riders on the back are strung and frantically trying to get back in.
Well, getting back into the group, absolutely critical on the descent. Don't let those gaps go. The speed is high, the distance increases. Now, really key to get yourself back in with Jan Yazabek at the moment. Jan, another of our riders who come in on the way in and through, making his way down and nicely focused. So just so he can get out of the saddle. And Jan, definitely one of our riders who I think is improving as we see him week on week each time, and really looking forward to seeing what he does on this course. He's not been with us that long, 3 races so far, but it's really depended on the course. He's got some good power numbers, you know, and I think we're going to see him really improve. I think one of the things I think he's still in is he's in that phase where you've got to get used to how it feels to ride the bike. And I know that sounds really crazy, but when you ride on a turbo trainer, it is different to riding outdoors. And if you're a regular rider, say outdoors, and you come indoors, or you change on to, you give MyWhoosh a go, you jump on board, you think, yep, great, MyWhoosh is for me, no fees, no fuss, just jump on and ride. Just no monthly, it's a free app to download. I want to just have a go. You jump on board, you think this is great. It still takes a little while just to get used to how it feels, because it all feels differently. Through the pedals, it feels different how you climb. And that just takes a little getting used to for some people. And some people adapt very quickly. Some people take time. I get the impression Yanni Aspect's going to be very quick to adapt. He's already putting down some great performances, and he's clearly got the engine. The power numbers are great. He's got some great riders around him. Martin Trojanowski, just one of those.
Yes, and Trojnowski and Fell now just coming off the back of that Category 2 group. The pace on the front is so hard. Corrales, the next rider up the road, he's in the polka dot skin suit. He's no longer in the leading group. And we've got to remember, a number of these riders raced on Friday in those semi-finals. A number of them didn't. And I think that is really playing out today.
It certainly is. Now in with another regular rider. It is Rodolphe Bertrand of Canada at the moment on this climb, just making his way out from the dip at the 39.9k. This is a climb basically brings you out from the Formula One circuit. So you dip down, you come climbing back up the other side. So you drop off the top of the Kyoto climb, drop down through the circuit, then you climb back up again. And this is a nasty, nasty climb because it comes on the back of a climb. You get your legs turned to jelly. You drop off the far side, and Bertrand now digging in deep here. He's with Siddle, and they can see a Decker in front. They're wanting to close the gap down to the leaders. So Bertrand right-hand side, left-hand side. Tim Connell now ensconced within the group on the left-hand side of your screen. In here, Joel Warren in that green skin suit. That's the sprint leader in the Category 5 race. And a number of interesting riders in here at this stage. You've got Warren. We know he can sprint. We're at the 40.7k marker. We're about to go across the top of the plateau and into the final big descent. There's not really many climbs now to separate riders like Milostic, to separate out riders like Fossier, to separate out riders like Warren, who can all sprint. So it could well be this is going to come down to a big group sprint, because this is still, for me, a big group in the lead.
Oh, and the next checkpoint is at 46.1, which is the Tokyo sprint for the second time. Joel Warren in the mix here. So the leader in the green skin suit competition is in the leading group. And bearing in mind it's first across the line, he's got over those 3 climbs to get here with the leading pack. So tick, great job. But at the 41.2 kilometre marker, Category 5, they've still got some distance to go. They're still around 15k out from the finish. Once they go through that sprint checkpoint, which the Category 6 leaders are closer to, it's an 11k run to the finish. There's the descent into the base of the section before that first part of the Kyoto climb where that finishing flag is. Now in that Category 6 race, Josh Lipka's lead is now down to 8 seconds.
So Lipka's lead down to 8 seconds. Solo leader in Category 5, right-hand side of your screen. Sorry, Category 6, right-hand side of your screen. Category 5, left-hand side of your screen. One rider having pushed off the front of the group. The rest of the riders trying to come back. I think it's Peterson who's gone off the front. And the rest of the riders now reacting to that, including Warren. They know that they don't want to give him too much run because they're going to come down and then drop into the sprint. This descent, a well over 70 kilometre an hour descent for the riders if they push in through. Category 6 just coming to the end of that with Ola Warren on the right-hand side in the green jersey, Joel Warren on the left-hand side in the green jersey. We talked about that Warren Sprint Dynasty in action. You can see that in person on the bottom of your screen. Top left-hand side of your screen, we're in with Michael Vick, who's got that sprint jersey in Category 1. The Category 1 breakaway containing the sprint jersey and the polka dot jersey with Jones and Vink in the polka dot and green jerseys respectively. Wu in here in the yellow jersey, black hair, the white helmet and yellow jersey, that's Leonard Chugles. Their gap at the moment, nearly a minute back to Michael Knudsen, who is soloing still, sandwiched between, in that no man's land between the leaders and the chasers in Category 1. Category 2, well, at the moment, this is becoming a slightly more select group each time that we go through. The racing just breaking rider after rider off the back of the group.
Yes, it is. And at the 34.2 kilometre marker, they are coming towards that climb again. Well, Koinsten, Karlström and Järvinen on our screens at the moment. All of the riders from Finland.
Indeed, they are. Finland, a fantastic place to go visit. I have family who have visited there and said it was one of the nicest places they ever visited and have been. And in fact, one of the nicest places that they have travelled through in terms of scenery as well. Lots of forests, they did say. And they said they did travel a long way at times without seeing absolutely anybody. So if you want a bit of time and space and a bit of freedom, the place to go, they did go there in the summer, I hasten to add, because in winter it is definitely a country with its own fair share of snowfall.
Well, the 3 riders on your screen at the moment, all riding and racing strongly. Järvinen in that Category 6 race on that descent at the 42.8 kilometre marker. Another rider making the most of that super tuck for a micro rest in the race.
I hate to say I told you so, but kind of told you so. He's going to be up there. Decker, though, up in front of him. And meanwhile, Category 1 leaders, they're at the 32.9 now, 33 kilometres covered. They are heading into awards at Kyoto climb number 3. I think it's time for us to refresh your memories from the start of the show, which seems to be at least 43, if not an hour ago, 43 minutes an hour ago. Let's take another look at the map. Let's concentrate really from the dip before Kyoto climb 3 the 37.7k marker right through to the finish. All of our leaders now, Emma, are coming into this critical section. If we focus in on that particularly, 3-stage climb, dip, next part, it could almost be, if this was Belgium, you'd say that was one climb to the end of the onto the plateau. That is the climber's opportunity to really do damage, because no matter how good a climber you are, you're not going to break clear once you've gone through the Tokyo sprint and into the finish run.
I want to say yes, but I think there's a number of things on this run into the final. And I think most of them start once you get into that dip after the Tokyo sprint. Number one, if you go long on that first climb, you've got a long plateau flat section before you hit the final climb. That final climb is not long. An earlier break could work, but you've got to get a significant gap. The fact that you've got the flat plateau means if a group is running and rolling fast, you could see a rider launch a sprint late and come past an early rider who went long.
I think I followed all that.
Or if you get a big enough gap, you could stay clear. It's a real fine line, and one you might want to risk.
As a pure climber, though, you're not likely to have the kick to stay clear and the power to stay clear. But I think it's one of those things. It's a ruler type course, an all-round rider who's got a bit of a kick, a bit of a sprint, a bit of a time trial ability, and you need all of those, whether you're in a little group or you're in a big group, because you need there's a lot of sustained pace. We've got to remember the course profile really amplifies the height of those climbs. If you think that the maximum elevation is basically 60 meters above sea level, and the lowest elevation is about 30 meters below sea level, maybe 50. It's nothing. We're not talking like climbs that are 4,000 meters high.
No, we're not. We're talking short, sharp, punchy climbs and short, sharp, punchy finishes. And that's what's going to win today. But getting your timing right on that finish is absolutely key. Now, Mikhail Kaminsky on your screen at the moment, part and parcel of this chase group. They're around 25 seconds down on Knudsen. But they are then around, they were a minute 16 down on the leading group in Category 1 at last check. On the right-hand side of your screen are the leaders in Category 2.
And the leaders in Category 2 being led out by UAE Clan Team rider Mr. X100 now in the race leader. Solo leader at the moment from Machado Hassan, the team of Yazbek in there. It looks realistically that it's a small chase group at the moment behind Mr. X100, who's chosen to make this climb longer by going earlier. And that is a tactic that's employed by Mr. X100 on a number of occasions. Riding smart is as important as riding hard. And that's what we're just seeing from Mr. X100 at the moment. Very experienced rider when it comes to the Sunday Race Club. This is going to be all about making sure you get the climb under your wheels and do it in such a way you've still got something left at the finish. I think that for me is key. But this could really do some damage behind. 183 Sunday race clubs for Mr. X100. That is a huge amount. No wonder he's so experienced at riding and using the course to his advantage.
Well, the chase is on behind, mind you. Olivier Simmons up and out the saddle, dancing on those pedals. He's got Yazbek, he's got Mundell, Brignall, Koivunen for company. Guerra is right at the front. Nathan Guerra, right at the front of this race today, and really instrumental. Fabulous to see. But the riders now really starting to roll in, and Manchando is the rider driving for the polka dot banner. Take a look at this. Mikhail Manchando is on your screen. Underneath he goes, taking that polka dot skin suit.
Yep, nicely done. Nicely ridden by Miguel Machado, the Portuguese rider there in that pancake. The bright wall in the red wall in the background, very, very obvious. This is great riding by him. You can see the chase is on behind to pull that gap back down again as we see Machado lose that lead. We're just in with Guerra on the front, trying to put in an attack at the moment and trying to break this up. But Van, he is there. Machado is there. Bjarhead is there. The group has not been split apart so far. They're going to go into this little descent, and this is going to be critical for me, because if you get this timing right now, you are going to be able to really push on. But I think this group are going to come back together on the compression in the descent, and then we're going to see some of the riders who have been. I think for me, it's about having held off a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like a comet at the moment, the shape of the Category 2 race.
You mean the thing that comes through into the atmosphere rather than the very first passenger jet plane that was ever made?
Yes, definitely.
There you go.
As in Halley's Comet.
Yes, rather than a de Havilland Comet. Yes. So the riders on the climb on the left in Category 1, right-hand side. You can see the riders in Category 2 on the way up that climb. Category 1, Panizza nicely in this group at the moment. Ricardo Panizza looking good at the moment here. Panizza, who was racing in the MyWhoosh Championships, 14th position in the semi-finals, booked his place into the finals with that ride. Doing a great job, and great to see the Italian rider still looking relatively fresh despite his efforts so far this week. If you count Sunday as the last day of the week rather than the first day of the week. And Ricardo Panizza nicely in this group. Thrall, Osborne, Panizza, Power, Paradians, Skierski, Andreasen, the world champion, tucked in here. They have got riders in front, a long way in front. They've also got riders not too far up the road. But at the moment, I hesitate to say this is a chase group because the gap, it's not coming down. They're not chasing, they're more riding and maybe just thinking about their own position within this group because at the 36.9k, I think we're going to see the move being made on the climb. What time can they bring back? Can they pull the group back? This group, no. And I think that Osborne is now going to start winding this up on the front. That is almost inevitable at this stage. We're in with Dan Turek at the moment. What can Turek do? How strong can he be on this time? Can he be in the right place over the top? 24th in the semi-finals on Friday. You know, it's not quite making the cut. There is a possibility if people can't make the finals that he would go. But at the moment, just outside. No small feat, though, to be able to be inside the top 30 in the world. And it comes to any cycling discipline, cycling esports, with people from all around the globe able to compete. One of the most accessible disciplines when it comes to cycling. And at the moment, the Category 1 riders, well, you can see an absolute class field chasing down 4 breakaway riders. Right-hand side of your screen, Category 2. The leaders are together. That move by Mr. X100 pulled back. The push on the front by multiple riders. Just not doing enough to break these riders clear at the moment. And you can see the rest of the bunch just coming swarming over past the camera and onto the wheels of the leaders. Left-hand side of your screen, just taking a little bit of a look as the Knudsen goes over the top. And then it's going to be Skierski and Panizza. There's only about 10 seconds or so between Knudsen and that chase group behind by the look of it. And I think it's not going to be long before Knudsen potentially sees this group behind coming up onto his wheels. They take this right-hand turn. They're looking for a single figure in yellows, I think not that far in front. Meanwhile, we've got a push. It's now at 13 seconds to Knudsen, so that is definitely catchable. The pressure is on. However, what can they do about the overall race leaders in Category 1 who are down the road, and they are working really well together? The descent coming up, 38.2k done. Over the top of the climb, into the descent. You can see Kaminsky at the moment on the front of this group as Osborne comes up alongside, but there's hardly any power being put down now by Kaminsky here, just rolling his way in and around. Knudsen just up in front. He's continuing to push at 5 watts per kilo. Meanwhile, Jones at the front of the race, really winding, 39.9k at the moment. So just about to make his way up. This is the climb out from the motor racing circuit, and the damage is being done. Wu and Tugles have been distanced, so it's Jones and Vink leading as they come up over the top. The Kyoto climb number 3, Jones leading through with Vink. It was only a gap of a second or so at the top, then back to Tugles, and then a further second back to Wu. At that point in time, as they went over the top, the gap, though, back had really stretched out to Knudsen and Co. But we are going to see what's going to happen as they keep on pushing. Here we go. This is Jones, right-hand side of your screen, as Lipka at the moment is at the 52.6K marker. He's our leader on the road at the moment. So the riders making the way up. Vink, right-hand side, the last leaders to leave the pens. Vink, Jones in the front of the group. Then a gap back to Tugles, and a little bit of a gap back to Wu. It's about 10 seconds after being 1 second at the top of the climb at the end of the third ascent of the Kyoto climb. Then they're going to drop down, and the drop down, we saw that gap extend. At the moment, the next checkpoint that's going to come up for the riders on the right-hand side of your screen is the Tokyo Sprint checkpoint. The next checkpoint for our leader on the road, Josh Lipka, who is leading by now nearly a minute from Andrew Bain, that's going to be our finish line.
Well, it is indeed, and great to see the riders and racing going strong. Category 6 have been out 1 hour 25 minutes so far, and they are fastly running towards the finish line. So 1 hour 25 of racing for Category 6, 55 minutes of racing for Category 1. The riders on your screen at the moment, all from Sweden. Johan Noren, Jakob Bjorklund, and Henrik Oya there as well. 3 different riders, 3 different pain caves. The same country. Absolutely brilliant to see. And Noren, the rider that we are in with, it's his stats on the screen at the moment. He's on the top left-hand corner of your screen too. 6 seconds ahead of Flubus. And Peter Milostic, the rider behind, but he is at 3 minutes. The Category 1 race really decimated today by the action. The Category 2 race where Jakob Bjorklund finds himself, he's right in the mix. And look at the size of that group.
And they're running out of time to do some damage to break clear. We've just seen another move going on the front, though, another sprint, another wind-up. We're at 44.3, so we're still some distance from the sprint checkpoint. We've just seen a gap open up, and we've seen a move being made, but they can't seem to open enough. For me, it needs a bigger push all together to go clear. Now, let's take a look in at the group that Oya is running in. The right-hand side at the moment, Henrik Oya is in that group as the Category 3 go down. Henrik Oya in person on the left-hand side of your screen. The riders take that left turn at the moment, the group together. Oya, though, looking pretty composed at the moment.
Yeah, he is indeed, and composed in the pain cave, composed in the pack, watching for the run into the finish. They're coming up towards, around 7 kilometres to go in that Category 3 race, and he's in that perfect position. While another rider in a perfect position is Josh Lipka. He's at the 54.3 kilometre marker. He's got 2.6K to go, and he's got a minute in the bag on the group on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the Chase group in the Category 6 race, 300 metres back.
And it shows you just how hard this climb is. The difference as you go in and on, it's 300 meters that they're going to cover in a minute. It just shows you just how hard this climb can be. At the moment, right-hand side of your screen, you're starting to see a push come from Gacek, from Warren, from Korva, as Tiger and Kalangad want to respond as well. Lipka on the left-hand side of your screen is absolutely dialing this climb. He's racing this ascent at the moment right into zone 6. See, pushes up here. The gradient is not super steep as you come up over the top. It eases from that 5%. It gradually peels off down through 2, down to 1, and then levels off again. He's going to go over the top with that gap. Lipka, left-hand side, looking strong at the moment, riding well, really coming into his own. The distance is increasing on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club recently. No longer is it the fixed 35, 45k. We're seeing bigger distances. We're seeing more variation in distance and in the type of terrain and profile, the amount of height that we're gaining. And as we're seeing that, we're starting to see different names come to the fore as different riders with different riding styles, strengths and abilities are able to take advantage and profit from that.
Well, 2 kilometres to go in the Category 6 race. As we drop in with a plethora of riders from New Zealand smattered amongst the different categories, from Ollie Jones and Michael Vink in the Category 1 race to Jeff Rooney in the Category 5 race. And Rooney is the rider on your screen. He's been riding for 1 hour and 24 minutes, well, racing for 1 hour and 24 minutes. So let's call that properly. And he is in the mix, and a couple of Category 4 riders he's on the back of at the moment. They've caught him and gone past, but the Category 3 filled the group behind that will be closing in as well. Jeff Rooney at the 51.4 kilometre marker. He's closing in on that finish line. Ollie Jones and Michael Vink leading the Category 1 race. No yellow jerseys in sight because Vink is in the green skin suit. Jones is in the polka dot skin suit. So those two both in that Category 1 race and leading it 1 and 2. They've caught Corrales in the Category 2 race. He's been dropped from the back of the group because the Category 2 race has been so spicy. It really has been full bore. And Corrales, one of the riders not to be able to go with them in the latter stages, but he's sitting in and digging in deep on the back of the 2 riders from New Zealand, Vink and Jones. Both of those 2 riders, well, once the race is verified, that semi-final of the World Championships, both of those 2 riders from New Zealand due to be on that stage in Abu Dhabi. Well, with 1,100 metres to go, Josh Lipka from the USA is the rider at the head of the Category 6 race. The chase group behind, over a minute behind Lipka. Lipka, well, he was the Masters individual time trial champion in the USA some time ago, coming back to racing, coming back into form. And we can see that after his performances on the Sunday Race Club, getting to know the platform, getting stronger and stronger, and now finding a course and a distance that really suit him on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, well, the leaders in the Category 5 pack, it's a big group coming in towards the finish in the Category 5 race, but it's a solo rider coming in towards the finish in Category 6. So the Category 6 race is going to be the first race to finish here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's October the 5th. It's Qualifier 1. And we are in Japan. And yes, should you want to ride these routes, of course you can. Jump on board and head over to the Japanese world.
Well, the Japanese world, one of the many routes, many worlds that you can ride. You can download the routes as you need them. Great riding by Josh Lipka at the moment. He can see that banner on his radar view. He'll be able to see it as he comes around this turn, leading out at the moment. Well, cometh the course, cometh the man at the moment. He's leading out. Meanwhile, you can see Category 4 still a big group as they come up into towards the climb. All these riders getting closer and closer together.
They are indeed, and that's the UCI banner. This is Josh Lipka from the United States of America, coach extraordinaire to the Cycling Esports Stars, doing the business on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club himself. Josh Lipka, your winner, qualifier race number 1 in October, Category 6. Look at that. Nobody else in the shot as Lipka comes through. Now it is the time for the group to sprint for second, third, fourth and fifth. Bachowski, Tiger, Kalangad, Gasiek, Warren, all in the mix. The group coming in hot, but it's Sebastian Bałczowski from Stephen Tiger. Tiger now coming up and over the top. Bałczowski digs again. Who's going to make it to the banner on time? They've got to swing around the corner. It's still some distance to go. Tiger, Bałczowski, Kalangad is coming as well, but Stefan Tiger, I think, is going to be the rider who's going to take second place today. Bałczowski will take fourth as Kalangad comes over the top on the line.
What a result. Well, Emma, you did say Stephen Tiger would be one rider to watch. He comes in through. Meanwhile, Marius Fossier back in business, back out and sprinting. And he's clear of super sprinter Warren and regular winner Cridland.
He is indeed. So Fossier comes across the line underneath the UCI banner to take the win in Category 5. What a ride! Oh, what a celebration. Cridland and Warren coming through behind. But Marius Fossier does the business, just like he did on the MyWhoosh Championships in August. Willed himself across the line in one, and the legs responded.
So let's wrap up our riders. Just see Marius Fossier come over the line in Category 5. He takes away the win. Second place, Jonathan Cridland. Third place, Joel Warren. Fourth place, Willem Thuft. And then fifth place for Riley Milostic, followed by Brambati, Alusa, Cadabona, Svart, and Fitzia rounding out the top 10. In Category 6, Josh Lipka taking victory from Stefan Tiger in second, Joshua Kalangad in third. They've got fourth place for Sebastian Bałczowski and Gregos Gacek rounding out the top 5. Then it was Ola Warren, followed by Korva, Atruba, Bain, Kozel, and Mamba.
Well, we said earlier on, expect a few sprints today, but take a look at these two groups. On the left-hand side of your screen, it's Category 4. They're at the 55.8 kilometre marker. They're coming into the base of the climb. Big group. Bigger group on the right-hand side of your screen in Category 3. They are 500 metres behind the leaders in Category 4. And look at the size of that group. Absolutely phenomenal. The polka dot skin suit in the mix, the green skin suit in the mix on that Category 3 race.
So as these riders start to make their way in towards the finish, quick reminder, 57.1 Ks where that final banner is. Our riders now know that they need to get this timing right. They need to line themselves up for this finish. We've got Kirchner, Mukhtari, and East on your screens at the moment. Who is going to be able to take this? Will anybody go for a super long one here? He's already just tapping around out the saddle. Very track sprinter-esque, holding pace, holding position, just making sure he's there ready to go. Kirchner now comes out of the saddle. Mukhtari sat down, tapping out the rhythm still got plenty left. East looking like he's a tiger waiting to bounce. Mukhtari at the moment, he's looking cool and composed as you like, and Kirchner really pushing that power down. Now the wind-up comes. 56.7k done. We're coming in to the last 300 meters.
Well, with 300 meters to go, it's Hertz that hits the front. Gonsolin, Sanchez, Bado, all in the mix. In fact, Yusuf Bado is the rider pushing on here. So is Sanchez. Yeast there. Zoanetti is in the mix as well, but it's Hertz on the front. Maybe not for long because Paolo Kirchner's just come over the top. Zanetti is as well. It's Zanetti from Kirchner, from Bado, from Sanchez. I think, wow. Let's take a look.
Well, a punch in the air of delight from Paolo Kirchner there from Zanetti. Now, we are seeing on our timing screens that it is Kirchner from Zanetti by 0.038 of a second. Paolo Kirchner punching the end delight. Did put the pressure on, and Emma said no pressure. Well, I'll tell you something, we need to put the pressure on Paolo Kirchner more because that set up. That's 2 wins, 2 races. I tell you something.
Something in the air.
It's catching when people start racing and riding strongly. It inspires others to race and ride. Kirchner taking the win from Zanetti. Well, that's your 1 and 2. And then Yusuf Bado in 3. Camilo Sanchez in 4. And Julian Hertz in 5. Now, sort of riders coming through. They round out the top 5. Behind them, then, the riders coming through. Jose Montero of Oviedo coming through in what is 6th place. Henry East in 7th. Ryan Giuliano in 8th. Then Camilo Amea in 9th and Graham Pierce in 10th.
I know, 1.6 seconds separating the top 14 riders in Category 4, as the Category 3 riders now come towards the same section. They've got 600 metres to go. This is an even bigger sprint, and Walter Clays is in the mix. So is Juan Recepo. Jakub Wojciech is here. Carsten Mayer. We drop in with Sir Montoya and Clays. Those three riders all in the mix here as the corner comes. The sprint is coming as well, because they've got one more swing to the right before they see the UCI banner. And Poulier is there, Gonda is there, Restrepo and Clays. Clays now digging, Kansara is there as well. Who's going to take this? But at the moment, right at the front of the race, Ridley's there, Bochowski's there, Fournier. It's Nicholas Fournier at the front, Ryan Duma, Dorvin Ellos, Andre Notes. What a sprint right at the front. Take a look at those riders.
Well, Nicholas Fournier has been on some phenomenal form. The Frenchman really improving week on week. He comes to ahead of Welsh rider Ryan Dummer, who we saw earlier on in the show, who takes second place by 0.322 of a second. Elos coming in third. Fourth place, so fifth place, Pavel Gonda. A sixth for Almeida, seventh for Kansara. It's going to be an eighth place coming in and through. I think that is going to go to, just going to take a double check here, going to be eighth place. Emma, have you got it on your screens? I've not got it on mine at the moment.
That's Umdahl.
Umdahl, sorry.
Martin Umdahl takes eighth, and Timothy Brook takes ninth. Radoslaw Buchowski takes 10th.
Thank you very much. Didn't have that on my screen.
And I'll tell you something, the top 10 riders separated by 0.778 of a second.
Super close on the run in. Some fantastic sprint finishes so far. Don't forget, you can watch all of the race action from all the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Clubs. You can watch it back for a long time on that YouTube channel. There's a lot of shows on there. We've had the pleasure of putting words to the action for a number of years now. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here alongside Emma Martin in the commentary box. So we were here on Friday for the UCI Cycling Esports World Championship semi-finals for 2025, powered by MyWhoosh. Lots of race action. We have the pleasure of putting words to the action of many of the UCI's cycling discipline world championships. Lost count of quite how many we've done over the years. But I tell you something, Sunday Race Club has grandstand finishes to match them all, because every week, week in, week out, riders in all of our categories are always throwing down the gauntlet to the rest. And we're seeing that again right now. Yeah, Category 2, we're not in at the finish yet, and we are now seeing another breakaway try and go clear on this climb.
Well, it's been the story of Category 2 today. Pushes on the front in an attempt to take the pace away from the bunch and stop that sprint. And it's Tatu Koivunen, Phil Graves, and X100 and SS doing the chasing at the moment. But Koivunen and Graves, two very experienced riders on the Sunday Race Club, swinging around the corner. They have 2 kilometres to go. But that is a big pack behind. Well, Phil Graves now picks up the mantle. Tatu Koivunen pushes on to stay with him. X100 SS. It's Matthias Vanhe who's trying to bring the group across, or at least form a small group off the front.
So 3 leaders at the moment, Grace Koivunen and X100 SS at the moment, with Vanhe. Behind it is a long line of riders, and it's all about choosing your moment. You can see at the moment Vanhe in a big gear. He's got plenty of power and kick left to go. This, for me, is Vanhe just marking the moves, making sure that they are close enough. The problem for all these riders is that Koivunen and Graves are capable of a long run for the finish, and that is what they're doing at the moment. We're at 55.7k. We're going to go to 57.1k, and it means that if the gap opens too much, there's too much left for the sprinters to do. They've thrown the challenge down. This is now all about brinkmanship. How much do you put into the chase? How long do you leave the riders at the front there hanging on in there? How much are you prepared to invest to bring the gap back down again, knowing that you've got a sprint at the end? 1 kilometre to go.
Well, with 1k to go, the riders up the road are still up the road. The pack still hounding them behind. Phil Graves and Tatu Koivunen 2 seconds clear, and neither of these riders giving in. Another dig from Koivunen. We're in with him in the pain cave at the moment. A concerted effort, but a casual look on his face still, that relaxed look of a determined rider. Graves and Koivunen on the front here, maintaining the pace and working together really well. X100 at 2 seconds. Carlos Ospina, dangerous sprint on him at 3 seconds with the rest of the group, and you're going to see that group come round the corner. Koivunen and Graves do not need to look back, they just need to look forward. Koivunen digs again at 8 watts per kilo. He's continuing to push. He's got 300 meters to go. They're going to swing around the right hand bend. The banner is going to come into sight very, very shortly, but the sprint is unleashed behind Lucas Hoffman at 13 watts per kilo. Koivunen and Graves have got to keep going because the pack are coming. Here comes Hoffman. Here comes Joachim. Here comes Becker. Kalman, Bjarhed. Hoffman on the front. He's going to take it, I think. No, Kalman. Kalman comes through right at the end there to take that sprint, going over the top of what was the two-man breakaway of Koivunen and Graves.
Well, victory for Alexei Kalman as he came in and across the line ahead of Jonas Bjarhed, Carlos Ospina and Lucas Hoffman, with Joshua Hekesi coming in 5th position, a 6th place for Becker, 7th for Mendakowicz, 8th for Jochems, 9th for Mundell, a 10th place for Ibrahim Wozniak coming in 11th place. I'll tell you something.
Tatu Koivunen, 17th.
You've got to feel from him. You can see the bang of the handlebars in frustration. That is a position he shares with some of the greats of cycling. Going, gambling, getting the Bravery Award, but unfortunately in the end, not taking top spot.
17th position, Tatu Koivunen, 0.97 of a second back.
And that all unfolded in the last 50, 60 meters of that race when those riders came in and through. It shows you just how tough that is. Okay, let's dive just in with our riders at the moment. Now, there are 3 avatars on your screen. That's because of Category 5 rider at the moment. Just sitting in with the rest of the riders just on the run-in on the flat section, making the most of the draft advantage afforded by Ollie Jones and by Michael Vink. They're the 2 leaders. Jones in the polka dot skin suit as the climb winner. You've got Vink in the green skin suit of the sprint winner.
You have.
And one of them is going to take away the yellow skin suit
of the overall winner.
Anyone would think we knew what the other was going to say at that moment in time.
Well, Jones and Vink, both riders from New Zealand, both riders who performed phenomenally in the semi-finals on Friday. Both riders expected to be on the stage in Abu Dhabi for the finals on the 15th of November. Right now, we are coming towards the final 500 metres of the race, and Jones starting to wind it up. You can see the cadence starting to lift. Vink as well, watching him, they'll know, well, Jones has got a phenomenal kick on him, and so has Michael Vink. Michael Vink goes first. Vink goes at 13 watts per kilo. Vink is taking this to Jones at the moment. Jones just matching him on the wheel, but now Jones goes at 16 watts per kilo. He coming up onto the back of Michael Vink. Has he timed this right? Has Ollie Jones got this in the bag from Michael Vink? He goes up and over the top, right at the correct place in the race. Ollie Jones wins the Sunday Race Club in the sprint from Michael Vink. What a race.
Jones from Vink, and New Zealand 1-2 as they came in and over the line. Fantastic racing by the 2 riders on the front. A brilliant sprint, but timing is everything. Led out by Vink. Jones coming through at the right time takes away the race win in the first qualifier on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for October. This is the run for the line. Leonard Chugles with the white helmet leading out. Yunfei Wu with the black hair, both in the yellow jerseys of Category 1.
They are indeed, and Chugles went first. Wu responded at 13 watts per kilo. Wu is trying to hold Chugles, but Chugles is at the front of this duo, and Leonard Chugles is going to take 3rd place today on the Sunday Race Club. Yunfei Wu will take 4th.
So Wu takes away 4th place as he came in through the line. It's going to be the world champion who won the semi-finals on the way to our championships in 2026, who comes through the line next. 5th place for Jason Osborne. Behind him, it's going to be Paul Skierski. A great ride by Skierski on Friday, taking 3rd place in those semi-finals. He's going to come up to the line. It's going to be a top 10 position for the rider from Poland as he comes in and over the line. He's ahead of Benitza, Paradines and Andreasson by some margin at the moment. Great riding as he goes through. The next rider will be Benitza, and now they're just coming in and lining up for the finish at 56.3k.
Well, yep, there's still a little way to go here, and this is a big group. So Panizza, Pedersen, Paradians, Turek, Vujasin, Kaminsky, all in this group, and it's Ricardo Panizza who's leading them out at the moment. Noel Pedersen in 2, Jasper Paradians in 3. They've still got 600 metres to go. Panizza's gone long. The rest of the riders holding their powder. Kel Power now going at 15 watts per kilo behind, launching an attack through the draft of the rest of the riders. Jasper Paradians now also responding to Power. Are they going to come up and get their timing right? Has Pedersen and Panizza gone too early? Kel Power comes up and over the top. So does Jasper Paradians. Which one of these two is going to get it, or will it be one of the riders from behind? Paradians goes over the top of Power. Paradians is going to see the line first, but it's still some distance away. Jasper Paradians is going to take the win in this sprint, but it is going to be then Power, Vujasin, Andreas and Turek, Kaminsky and Pedersen, Panizza behind.
And then Thrall.
Shake of the head from Dan Turek.
Yeah, not to be today, not to be the day at the front. Here are your overall top 10 riders in the category of one race as they came in through. In fact, at the moment, we're just waiting for it to update. Top 8 riders at the moment in category 1, as we've got Jones taking the win at 1 hour 15 minutes 54 seconds. That's very close to the course record, but I think just beating, is it beating it, or is it just
3
outside?
seconds outside of the course record that Ollie Jones held. So 2 times the men have raced on this course. Twice, Ollie Jones has won.
And separated, the time difference only 3 seconds between them. Great racing by all of our riders. A win for Ollie Jones in category 1. All of the race results on the MyWhoosh.com website, including all of our race categories from 1 to 6. All our riders verified, as you'd expect on MyWhoosh. There's no just verifying a few. The top of the field, everybody subjected to that fair racing protocols. And don't forget, of course, the same applies on the Tuesday race league that is kicking off this Tuesday, the Apex Racing. Go on to the MyWhoosh.com website for that. Don't forget to follow MyWhoosh on social media at MyWhoosh on Instagram. You get latest updates that notify you of what's coming up. You never know, you might hear a familiar voice or two on some of those posts as well. Don't forget, you can follow Emma. It is at biking_Emma. You can follow me at Matt Fixer Pain. Please do make sure you subscribe to the MyWhoosh YouTube channel, or to the MyWhoosh Twitch channel. If you do it on YouTube, you can actually keep in touch and message on there. That's the one that we monitor on the way through. Don't forget, of course, lots of great racing. We would love you to download the MyWhoosh app. It's free. What more do you need? It's free. Let's say that again. It's free. Download it. It is really simple to do so on the MyWhoosh.com website, on iOS, on Android, or, of course, on Windows. Jump on board your bike, get out and riding. You never know, you might pick the zombie chase that Emma is on when she's doing it this week. We won't let her forget. Now, we'll be asking her when she returns to the studios next Sunday whether or not she has been chased by zombies on MyWhoosh rather than out in the countryside around. And I don't think we've got a huge more we can say, but stay safe, enjoy your riding. Thanks for watching. Thanks to the team behind the scenes. Thank you, Eva, here in the studio. We'll see you on Sunday. Goodbye.